Okay. Okay, we are live. Good morning. How is everybody? Tired? Okay. Anybody have any questions about the reading that you had over the weekend? Okay.
I'll get back to you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions on the reading?
It was like the difference between a living will and the power of attorney, because both said that it gives someone else the power to make decisions for the living person, patient.
Okay.
One documented and one is.
Yeah, so I have a great lesson on the differences between all of the different types of advanced directives in the online course. But let me simplify this for you, okay? So let's say that you have a horrible accident, but you're still able to make decisions for yourself, okay? So you end up in the hospital, you're able to make your own decisions. Healthcare team is going to come to you and ask what you want, okay? And you will make the decisions because you're able to. Now, in the event that the accident was so catastrophic that you can't make decisions on your own, the first thing that they're going to look for is a living will. Now, a living will is something you would make out now when you're healthy, when you're of sound mind, that just basically writes down everything that you want and don't want. So it's a way of you speaking about your wishes when you can't speak about your wishes. So a living will is a legal document that lays out your wishes. Doesn't have it, nobody else is involved. It's just you and the paper and the healthcare team member. Good? Make sense? Okay. A healthcare surrogate or power of attorney healthcare, interchangeable terms, that is somebody you appoint to speak for you. So let's say that you have a living will, you wrote down everything you want and don't want, and you get into an accident and you're unable to speak, but the living will isn't going to cover every possible scenario there is. So you would appoint another person to fill in whatever your living will doesn't address.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay. So for me, I would have a living will that states, I want heroic measures if there's a possibility of recovery. If there's no possibility of recovery, I don't want any heroic measures, no CPR, just let me go. Right? No, it's not. That's not DNR. We'll talk about DNR in a minute. Just, I don't want any heroic measures if there's no possibility of recovery. But I would also appoint my husband as my power of attorney to speak for me for anything that might come up that's not covered under it, because he knows my wishes pretty well. Now, a DNR or do not resuscitate is something totally different. Has nothing to do with what we just talked about at all. A DNR is a legal document that only tells us what to do as healthcare providers for somebody who is dying from a terminal illness. Has nothing to do with accidents, has nothing to do with decisions for care, has nothing to do with any of that. All a DNR says is, I know I'm dying from something that you guys can't fix. I know that there is no hope that, something, is going to suddenly change and I don't have this terminal illness. Okay. So I know I'm going to die. No way out of it. I know I'm going to die. When I die, I don't want CPR because there's really no point in it.
So patients can you have a DNR if you're not terminal?
No. And the DNR does not have any impact on care. It only directs the healthcare team when the patient dies from that expected illness, not from anything else. If they have a heart attack, we're still treating. If they're choking in the dining room, we're still doing the Heimlich maneuver. Okay, it has nothing to do with care. It's only when the person dies from that expected event, no CPR. Okay, does that help?
Yes.
Does that help? Just leave everything alone. Leave your blood pressure cuff alone. You just leave everything because I want to make sure that you get it set up right. And we're going to go through it all in detail in just a little bit. Okay. All right. So any other questions? Any other questions? Okay. Have you guys been getting the wrap up emails after class?
I didn't get them this week.
You didn't get one on Wednesday? Okay. I'll look into that after class then. Unfortunately, for some reason, my system that's supposed to be sending them out isn't doing its job right. Good morning, Desmarie, Yemari, and Odie. Good morning, guys. Okay. So let me go ahead and get your scores for chapters 2 and 3. Marwa. Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions about what you missed? Do you know why? Okay, good. Very good. Kathy?
I got a 90 and a 90, and I know why, because I was Russian,
Okay.
and that's honest.
Okay, nope. No problem. Taylor? That's okay. Do you have chapter 1 by any chance?
Yeah, I got a 90 on
Okay, thank you. Toya?
90 and 90.
Thank you. Jade?
95 and 95.
Thank you. Dylan?
195.
Thank you. Ezekiel? Veronica?
95. And I don't know this matching.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to that. Danielle? Antea?
195.
Thank you. Haiti?
90.
Do you have chapter 1 for me, Haiti?
Yeah, I got 100.
Thank you. Stacy? Corey?
Chapter 1, I got a 90. Chapter 2 and 3, I got 100.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other questions on any of the material that you covered? So tonight you're going to have chapter 4. Chapter 4 is a little more complex. It gets into body systems, all the different body systems, what they do, the diseases that affect those body systems. It's a little more complex than it really needs to be because that's not really what a CNA does. So a lot of students get a little tangled up in chapter 4. The thing that I want you to learn when you're reading chapter 4 are normal signs of aging for each body system. And we're going to review that in class on Wednesday. I've got a whole presentation on the different body systems and the normal signs of aging that's going to affect each body system. But the patient population that we work with most often is the elderly. So we need to know what normals are to know what to report to the nurse. What is abnormal? Okay, so pay attention to that when you're reading. I know it can get a little bit complex. All right, so a quick review about all the principles that we've learned last week. How do we know what to do with each patient? We follow the care plan. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. That means that we don't change it in any way. While we're following the care plan, we should be making observations, okay? And who should we be reporting those observations to? The nurse. That's your scope of practice, guys. That is your scope of practice. About a third of the questions on the state exam are going to deal with this in some way. Because the biggest risk for CNAs out there working is that they tend to step outside their scope of practice a little too much and put the patients at risk. So the test is going to make sure that you truly understand your scope of practice. Okay. So easy peasy. All right, let's see here. Johnny says, Oh, nice. All right. Johnny Goose says, religiously watched your videos before taking my exam, especially the skills. Pass the exam with flying colors. You are the best. And thank you from the bottom of my heart. Congratulations to you. Great job. Super proud. Good morning, Raz. All right. So now that we have understood what we're going to do, we're going to begin our skill. Every skill starts with the opening. Every opening starts with a knock. And that is a graded checkpoint. If you start the skill and you don't knock, that is a deficiency. And it's a pretty big one, actually, because the patient has to feel secure in that space. Without knocking, just invading their space, it's difficult for them to feel secure. Okay. Once we've knocked, we're going to greet the, by, how do we identify them? By name. And what do they need to know about us? Our name and, title. Very good. Name and title. Very good. And then we're going to describe the skill, whatever we're there to do, the care plan. What are we there to help them with? What if they say no? What do we do? That's okay. Who do we tell? The nurse. Very good. Once we've described the skill, we're going to obtain consent or permission. Absolutely. They have to consent. And then after we've done all that, we can close the curtain. Is that curtain clean or dirty?
It's dirty.
So what do you want to do after? Wash your hands. And then after you've washed your hands, you can go get your supplies. Very good. Our cardinal rule here with the opening, the one thing that if you don't remember anything else about the opening, the one thing I need you to remember is do not touch the patient until your hands are clean. If you don't remember anything else from the opening, this will fail you. This one step. Touching a patient without washing your hands will fail you. Remember, there's lots of pathogens in this setting, and our patient already has an immune system that's working hard. So we don't want to bring pathogens to that patient. We have to wash our hands before we touch them. Good? All right. So now let's talk about gloves. When we're working with patients, we have to consider gloves. We're not going to wear them for every single skill. No need. But we do have to evaluate for every skill whether we do need to wear them. So how would I know when I should wear gloves? There's 3 things I'm going to consider. If I'm going to touch, open skin. Okay, body fluids. And personal skin. Very good. Personal skin. That's right. Yeah, if I hold up 2, I got to turn that camera. If I hold up 2 fingers, I get balloons. I don't know why. Okay. There we go. All right. So if I'm going to touch body fluid, personal skin, or non-intact skin, I need to wear a set of gloves. If I'm going to wear gloves, what's the first thing those gloves should touch? The patient, not the supplies, not the environment, not the bed, not the curtain. Keep your gloves clean for the patient. Once you've touched the patient and done the skill, now your gloves are soiled. So we have to pay attention to what we touch in the environment with those soiled gloves. And then if we've worn gloves, we're going to be graded on how we remove them. We pinch up and pull off, and then we go under and pull off. Good? Good. All right. We also learned how to use a barrier. A barrier is all about clean. A barrier is used to create a clean place for our clean supplies. Barrier is all about clean. We only want to touch those supplies with what kind of hands? Clean hands. So again, all about clean. We can't let those supplies touch our, scrubs, uniform. Very good. Very good. And then when do we get that barrier? When do we get the barrier? Okay, before the supplies and after. What do we have to do before we touch the barrier? Wash our hands. So we're going to wash our hands, get the barrier, and then go get the rest of our supplies. Make sense? So our rule here is to get our barrier first before getting our supplies. Good? All right. Remember that you need 2 hands to spread that barrier out. You don't want to hold that the supplies against your uniform. All right. And then we learned privacy blanket. So when do we use a privacy blanket? To keep the patient covered and warm, right? We're trying to provide some privacy, but it's also about temperature control as well. A lot of people skip privacy blankets. I don't really understand that in a clinical setting, why people decide not to use privacy blankets. If you were the one laying in the bed, would you want to be uncovered and exposed in front of a stranger? Probably not. So when you're out there working, I always want you to think about how you would feel if you were the one receiving the care when you decide to cut steps. There's a lot of people out there, a lot of CNAs that are going to tell you, yeah, that's the way you do things in class and for the test, but out here in the real world, this is how we do things. That's their justification for cutting steps. It's their justification. We don't have time for all of that. I want you to think when you're making those decisions, because there's nobody policing you. There's nobody standing over you going, remember, Miss Patty said. Okay, I want you to put yourself in that position for a second. And how would you feel if you were the patient receiving care if that step wasn't done? Okay, good. All right. So we're going to use a privacy blanket anytime the patient's uncovered or undressed. It's just a really quick way of trying to figure out, do I need one or not? Is the patient uncovered? Is the patient undressed? Then I probably need a privacy blanket. Good. No knobby knees. I should not see knobby knees. All right. Once we decide to use one, we're going to put the blanket on over the sheet and pull that sheet down underneath. But when we're doing that, we want to be careful not to do this with the blanket. What? Shake it. That's right. That's right. And then at the end of the skill, when we're all done, and we're going to take that blanket away, we have to do that after we remove our gloves. After we remove our gloves. And yeah, we'll ball it up so that we don't contaminate other surfaces. Good? Good. All right. We also learned some of linen rules. Not all. We've got 2 more that we're going to go through a little bit later, but we learned some of linen rules. So let's go over those. Now, these are repeats of rules we've already learned. Linens can't touch your uniform. What kind of hands do we need to get our linens? Clean hands. And what can't we do to linens when we're putting them on the bed or using them? Shake them or snap them. So those 3 are repeats from other skills because they're super, super important. And then we learned a new one. Anything that we don't use has to be, can we save it in the room for later?
No.
Yeah, in the linen. Yeah, that's got to be discarded. You got to get rid of it. You can't just leave it laying around. So that tells us, if we can't leave extras in the room, that tells us that we really do need to know the supplies that we need for each skill before we go in to do the skill. So you are going to have to learn your supplies. There's no way around that. You are going to have to learn your supplies. During the test, you're not graded on got the right amount of washcloths, but they are going to address this if you try to take too many. How many people are testing a day? Do you guys remember me saying? 8. Okay. Now, those are all the washcloths that they have in the testing facility, whatever's on the supply shelf. That's it. That's all there is. There's no more. We're not running down to a big box store down the road to pick up some extra washcloths. So if you're testing and you're the first one and you grab 10 washcloths to do hand and nail care, yeah, it's way too many. And then you come and nobody says anything. You use your 10 washcloths, you put them, or you use 2, you put the rest of them in dirty linen. You come along and you have foot care and you use 12 washcloths because you don't know. You just grab a whole stack and you put those in dirty linen when you're done. And then it's your turn and you grab 8 washcloths to do a partial bed bath. Well, by the time we get over here to you, there's no washcloths left. How are you going to do your skills without washcloths? You're not going to be able to. So that evaluator, when you grabbed 10, that evaluator is going to say, you don't need 10 washcloths for this. Now, when you're testing, remember your stress level is super high. If the evaluator tells you you don't need 10 washcloths and you didn't bother to learn how many you actually need, do you know what that's going to do to your self-confidence during the test? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And now you're focusing on something other than the patient. Does that make sense? So learn your supplies. Learn your supplies. Make flashcards. Go ahead.
I'm gonna buy some of those, but not today.
Yep. So yeah, the flashcards are very helpful.
And I think it would just be, yeah, and then after I'm done, I'm gonna donate them back to you. And then
Oh.
maybe you can give them to somebody else.
Very good.
I will do that.
Very good.
Oh, I mean,
Okay. So we're going to work on the other checkpoints here that we didn't get to a little bit later. Now we want to talk about the closing. So the closing is done at the end of every skill that we do, the end of every skill. And it's got a lot of steps to it. The first couple steps, it doesn't matter the order. You can do them in any order you want to. But what kind of environment should we leave our patient in? Clean environment. So you have to look around and make sure the environment's clean. One of the, this weekend in one of the CNA groups that I'm in, somebody typed in, I took my test this weekend and I didn't clean up all of my supplies. I just left them on the table. Do you think that's going to fail me? Why? Why would that have a negative
because you're
impact?
not thinking about the patient.
Okay.
That's it. It's all about the patient.
It's all about the patient.
There's nothing else
Absolutely.
going on but that patient and his well-being.
Can you imagine for a second, you're the one laying in bed, you had a whole skill done, whatever the skill is, I don't care, pick a skill. You had the whole skill done, and then the CNA just walks out and leaves everything on the table. You're probably going to wonder, is the skill really done? Are they coming back? What's happening? What am I supposed to do? It's going to leave your patient with a lot of uncertainty. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the answer is they may not fail. I don't know, how important that checkpoint is in the whole grading scheme. And it probably depends on what other things they missed. But it is pretty important because, like you said, our whole focus needs to be on the patient. If we're not focusing on the patient, then we're probably not going to do all that well because that's what the test is focused on. Good? Good. Always leave your patient looking better than you found them. Oh, thank you, Audie. Thank you. Audie says, I love all your video teaching. And please, how can I get the textbook to enable me? Okay. So go to flcnatraining.com. I just put it in the chat for you. That's got worksheets and the books and everything there, replays of this. All right, so what kind of position does the bed need to be in?
All the way down.
Lowest position. Why?
If the patient rolls out of bed, or
Okay. Not so much rolling out of bed, although most people think that it's for rolling out of bed, but it's not really rolling out of bed. Yeah, because when they try to get out of bed, if that floor isn't where they expect it to be, it's game over. Okay, good. All right. What word do they need to hear from us? Comfortable. Are you comfortable? Is it just physical comfort that we're concerned about? Emotional. So how could we address that?
By asking, are you okay?
Would you like, a magazine, your TV remote, a crossword puzzle book? Is there something I can get for you? Very good. We want to make sure that they are covered. Yeah. Should I see knobby knees? No knobby knees. All right. So they're covered for warmth and privacy. And then we're going to open the curtain. Yeah. Privacy curtain. Now I want to talk about this real quick because this kind of trips people up a little bit. A lot of people will ask, well, what if the patient wants that curtain closed? Sure. If they ask, leave it closed. But who should we be telling? Yeah. Now, why would we have to report such a small, inconsequential request? I mean, who cares? Patients just, maybe they just don't want to be
What if
seen by
they're-
other people.
What if they're not in the bed? You can't see the patient.
Okay. So it's a change in behavior, and that requires another assessment. What if this patient is depressed? Is it possible? Let's think. So I'm going to stop the review for just a second. Let's talk about patients real quick, particularly patients in long-term care settings. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, I think I'm going to check into a nursing home today. It doesn't happen like that. Generally, it's a slow decline followed by an event that forces them into a setting that they really don't want to be in. Does that make sense? So I want to take you through a scenario to explain why our patients might have some behavior changes that we need to be watching for. So we're going to talk about Martha. Now, Martha is an older lady. She's in her late 70s, and she lives across the street in this big retirement community across the street. And she and her husband, Frank, retired. They moved down here from New Jersey. He did all the driving because she never bothered to get a driver's license because up in New Jersey, she just took mass transit everywhere she needed to go. Her work was only 3 blocks away from her house, so it wasn't a big deal. So she never learned how to drive. So they moved to Florida. Of course, in Florida, you have to drive. So Frank did all the driving. Well, unfortunately, Frank passed away. And now she's here. All of her family's still up north. And she's here. And she's really kind of having a hard time. And she relies on neighbors and some other people to kind of get around. But it gets to the point that she really does need to kind of be able to take care of herself a little better. So she takes some driving lessons and she gets her license at the young age of 80. And you've seen her out on 19, I'm sure. A little old lady, white knuckling on the steering wheel, going about 35. Okay. So she does pretty well. She kind of keeps to the back areas to go over to Winn-Dixie where she gets her prescriptions and her groceries. And, she tries to stay off of the big roads because people just go way too fast for her. But her doctor is up north on 19. So she has to travel every once in a while. And it really shakes her up. Well, on this particular day, she got to the doctor's office and she got a little shaken up by what he said and the traffic and everything. And she went to back out of the parking space. But instead of backing out, she put it in drive and went into the building. Yeah, kind of a bad day for her. And now her insurance has decided that they are not going to insure her anymore. So she's kind of stuck in Florida. She can't drive anymore. She's really rattled trying to figure all this out. So she calls her daughter up in New Jersey and says, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. And the daughter says, well, come move home with me. And she says, no, I can't take the weather up there. And you're so busy. I don't want to do that. I want to stay here. And the daughter says, okay, let me talk to my brothers. We'll try to figure this out. I'll be down in the next week or so. I'll come down and we'll try to figure this out. So when the daughter arrives, she takes her mom out to lunch and she says, all right, Mom, here's the deal. You can't live alone anymore. You can't take care of the yard. You can't clean your house. You can't cook your meals. You can't drive. You are just not safe to live alone anymore. And since you don't want to move back home, we're going to have to come up with another option. So I've checked into some assisted living facilities and I found a perfectly nice one. It's beautiful. You'll love it. It's a great option for you. I've got the realtor coming this afternoon because we have to sell your house. You can't afford that place. You have to sell your house to be able to move in because it costs about $5,000 a month. And your dog, I'm so sorry, but they don't allow pets there. So Sadie's going to have to go to, but I know she's 12, but she's so sweet. I'm sure somebody will adopt her. I mean, she's sweet, but you can't take her with you. And you're only allowed to take about 2 suitcases worth of stuff with you. So all the stuff in your house, you're going to have to go through in the next couple days so that we can pare it down to just 2 suitcases full of stuff. And your car, I think we're going to go ahead and give your car to the after it's fixed now to the shop to the young guy that does your lawn for you, because he's got a family, he's just starting out. So we'll go ahead and donate your car to him. And you're moving in on Sunday. Can you imagine? And then she's going to go back to, yeah. So here Martha is all by herself in a strange place. She had to give up her home, her dog, her possessions, her car, her independence. Do you think there might be a possibility that she might actually be a bit depressed? Do you think when she thought about retirement, this is what she had in mind? When you think about retirement, what do you picture? Yeah, traveling, some time on the beach. Yeah, with a, margarita in hand, right? That's what we think about when we think about retirement, not having to get up and go to work. That's always a great option. But that is not reality for most people. They work their entire lives. They finally get to the point that they can financially retire, and then their health gives out because they poured their whole health into the job that they just retired from. So, do you think our patients might have a reason to be depressed? When our patients ask us to keep the curtain closed, is there a possibility that they may be struggling with some pretty big feelings? Do you think we should be reporting this to the nurse?
I'm depressed and it's just hearing it right now. I feel so sad for this lady.
This is the vast majority of patients that you're going to deal with. The fastest growing segment of healthcare is home care. And I understand this. If I get sick, where do I want to be? Home. If I have to pay $5,000 a month to live in a facility, it is nuts, isn't it? Yeah, it has. That's conservative, guys. That's conservative. Nursing homes cost somewhere between $9,000 and $11,000 a month, and insurance does not pay for it. That has to be paid for by the patient. You guys need to understand that. Can you imagine for a second if you were going to go on vacation for an entire month and you were going to pay a place $9,000 for the whole month? What kind of service would you expect? Oh my gosh, I better be getting massages every day, fresh flowers, unbelievable food, right? Not all, very few actually. Your patients they know they're paying for this. They're paying $9,000 a month for the privilege of being here. And when you don't answer those call lights, you don't think they're going to cop an attitude with you? Oh, they absolutely will. I would. You would too. If you were paying $9,000 a month and you had to pee and nobody was answering the call light to help you, you would have an attitude too. So we have to understand where our patients are coming from when we talk about, communication with patients. Does that make sense? So if your patient says, hey, leave that curtain closed, that is something that we do need to report to the nurse. Maybe absolutely nothing. Might just be that the patient wants a curtain closed today. Okay, no problems. There's days I don't want to people. There are days. And maybe our patient's having that day, but it's still something that the nurse has to assess. Good? Does that make sense? All right, so we're going to open that privacy curtain. We're going to give them the call light. That's right. And then once we've done those things, and all of those steps are done. Now, remember, it doesn't matter what order we do those steps. But once we've done those things, what's the next thing we would want to do? Wash our hands, get rid of those patient cooties. Now, if we have to document, it will be after we wash our hands. We'll document. But then what do we need to do again?
Wash our hands.
Wash our hands again. That's correct. That's correct. Because our cardinal rule here is we have to end skill with clean hands. That means it's the very last thing that we do.
So I think you said that we skill, take our gloves off, and then close the curtain, or do we take our gloves off, wash our hands again? Because you mentioned how we sweat under our gloves,
Okay.
and that also has time to do. So
That's a great question. And to answer that, we kind of have to understand that there's always a crossover point from when our hands are clean to when they become dirty, and from when our hands are dirty to when they become clean, right? There's a crossover point. And this gets CNAs really messed up. So the best way for me to describe this is the patient cooties are okay for the patient. Their cooties. Not anybody else's cooties. Their cooties are okay for the patient.
basically keep the gloves on after we're done with our skill, and then continue like with their bed sheet on.
Well, let's think about that for a second, right? So let's say that we are doing, let's just go with pericare, right? This is personal care below the belt, right? So our hands have been all up in places. If we touch that sheet with those gloves, if we don't take the gloves off and we touch the sheet with those gloves, it's going to go right up next to the patient's face. Do you think that's a good idea? No. Why?
It's spreading germs to the hands.
Yeah, even though it's the patient's cooties, it's cooties that we probably don't want right up next to our face. Does that make sense? All right. So if we take our gloves off, yes, some of the cooties might have gotten through, but very few, right? So we would take our gloves off and then pull the sheet up. We don't want to touch that curtain with those gloves. Cooties are one thing, like massive amounts of personal cooties is another. Does that make sense? So if we're wearing gloves, that means we're touching some sort of body fluid. So it's massive amounts of personal cooties. So we'd want to take our gloves off and open the curtain, give the patient the call light, and then go wash our hands. Do you understand why? Okay. Personal cooties are one thing, but massive amounts of personal cooties, something a little different. It's kind of like, if you went to the bathroom and didn't wash your hands and then decided to make a sandwich for somebody. Kind of the same thing when we're working with gloves. You don't want to put all of those pathogens all over the patient environment. We really want to limit that. Good? All right, so let's review some of the skills that we've learned. Okay, so here's a question. This is a good question, and it's kind of on track here. I want to ask a question. What if the patient insists that he or she wants your company and you have other patients to attend to? What should your reply be? This happens way more than you think it's gonna. A lot of your patients will see that you're running around like a chicken with your head cut off, and they will try not to intrude on you. But you're going to have a lot of patients that need, this isn't a want, guys, this is a need. People need human interaction. It's a need. And if you doubt that, let's think about prison for a second. Okay.
What's one end of the spectrum to the other?
Let's think about prison. It's actually not as far-fetched as you would think. Let's think about prison for a second. What is the very worst punishment that we can give to a prisoner that is acting out? Solitary confinement. That is the absolute worst punishment that we can inflict. The worst. That's our last resort. Why do you think solitary confinement is the last resort?
Because you're by yourself in a 4x4 with no one to interact with.
That's right. And that will drive you crazier than anything else. People need human interaction. So when we have patients that are in clinical settings and we put them in not a 4x4 room, but probably a 10x10 room,
Close.
right? And we deprive them of physical interaction, that is equivalent to solitary confinement, which is the very worst punishment than we can give are serious offenders.
It's like a form of neglect.
It is a form of neglect.
It really is.
But the problem is that we have 30 patients to take care of. And how in the world am I going to give Miss Mary all of the attention that Miss Mary needs? This is why we have activity rooms in long-term care settings, so our patients can interact not just with us, but with others. So we really do want to make sure that we're encouraging patients and helping them get there and participate to the level that they can, so that they can meet their emotional needs, not just with us, but with others. But let's go with this specific situation, right? So we've got Miss Mary. She's in a room. Nobody's talking to her. She's, feeling the need for some sort of emotional connection with somebody. And you've got to leave the room because there's a call light going off and somebody else has got to pee. And you understand Miss Mary needs some of your attention, but so does this other person. So how do you split your attention? So the best thing to do in that situation is to tell Miss Mary, I would love to have this conversation with you, and I will just as quickly as I can, but I've got somebody else who really needs some immediate attention. So let me go take care of that. And then when you eat lunch in a little while, I'll make sure that I come in to feed you and we can have a conversation. Does that make sense? Let me explain to you what happens when you don't interact with patients. They get mean. They get angry. They become hostile. And a lot of times they will become non-compliant. When you go in to take care of whatever needs, they will, start becoming combative and kick at you and not. There's something to being feral, guys. Okay, if we don't have human interaction to keep us human, we do tend to become more feral. Do you guys know what feral means?
Yes, I have a cat. I know.
Okay.
It's the truth.
But it's very
It's
true.
a cat that's outside and you can't, it'll bite you. It's mean.
Yeah, it's very true. So we have to kind of walk this really fine line. But I'll tell you an example of this. Years and years and years ago, probably close to 30 years ago now, I had this patient. I was working in a nursing home, and nobody wanted to deal with them. Nobody. I mean, when you got your assignment, if this guy was on your assignment, you were groaning, rolling your eyes. And we all know people like this. It's like, oh my gosh, come on, somebody trade with me. I just don't want to. Well, I was assigned to his hallway, and it was my permanent hallway. So this is somebody I'm going to have to deal with on a pretty regular basis. So I got to figure this out, right? So I go into his room, and I'd been taking care of him for a couple of weeks. Limited interaction. Just, here's your pills, everything okay? And then I'd leave, document, very limited interaction. And I noticed that my CNAs were they did not want to deal with this guy. When his call light would go off, they would leave it for like 45 minutes before they ever answered it. So I started picking up those call lights for them, because they weren't doing it, and this guy needs the care. And so I'm in his room a little bit more often, and I'm a pretty friendly person overall. And I walked into his room one day, his call light was going off, and I noticed he had a deck of cards on his table. And he would shuffle, he kind of just would play with these cards, and they were very well-worn cards. So this is something he had been doing for a long time. And I went in, found out what he needed, and I said, so do you play cards? I'm trying to make some sort of a connection, just very superficial, right? And he says, yeah. I said, well, what do you play? He says, poker. I said, oh, okay, 5 or 7. And now he's looking at me. 5? It's the only type of poker there is.
5 card choice, 7 card stuff.
And I said, oh, okay. And a little while later, I go in because I had just a couple of minutes, and I said, why don't you deal a hand? So he did. And we played one hand, and I left and went, I didn't go back for another couple days. So the next time I went in to see him, he already had the cards dealt. And I said, I was not born yesterday. Shuffle those cards. I'll play a hand with you. I played one hand with this guy, one hand a shift. That's all it took. Maybe a minute out of my day, maybe.
Made his day.
And he became easier for the staff to deal with. I also learned an awful lot about poker because it turns out this guy that's what he did. That's how he earned his money. He was a world-class poker player. Interesting. Remember that every patient that you have has a story. Everybody has a story. If we just dig a little bit, most people are willing to tell you their story, and it'll help you connect with them on a personal level. And all it took was one hand every day to get this guy in a little bit better frame of mind. Does that make sense? Okay.
I had someone like that. He was always, nobody would deal with him. He wouldn't want to shower. But then when I started working there, he instantly started liking me. He's the sweetest guy, but he loved cars. And I grew up, knowing about cars. So I'd spend maybe anytime I had downtime, I'd go into his room and we'd just sit there and talk about all the cars he had. And so
Cool.
my boss finally was like, you know what? She's like, I'm putting you on this way. He goes, he's yours. She's like, you're the only one that can understand him.
Yeah. And it's because you took the time to get to know him as a person, not a patient. Not a patient. I don't like that term patient. I never have, because it really strips the humanity out of what we do.
I think client's better.
Client. I just like person. Person. Everybody has a story. You're welcome. You're very welcome. All right, so let's go over pulse. So pulse is a measurement of how many times the heart beats over 1 minute. And to take a pulse, we're always going to support the arm, specifically at the elbow. You don't want that arm hanging out in midair. It will actually elevate the heart rate. We're not going to get an accurate reading. We're going to report it over 1 minute. Now, how long we have to count, that's up to the care plan. We might count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4 to get our minute reading. Or we may have to count for 1 whole minute. How would we know which is which? The care plan, absolutely. Normal is between 60 and 100. That's normal. We're going to use our fingertips, not the flat areas of our fingers. Radial pulse is located at the top of the thumb side of the wrist near the bone. So way up here, not down here. Remember, it's way up here, right where the thumb and the wrist meet. Way up here is where our pulse is. If you try to take it down here, you're not going to feel it. There's too much muscle over that artery. You want to say start and stop for the test. In Florida, we're going to count with 2 evaluators and document. And documentation is a graded checkpoint here. And the reason it's graded, there's 2 reasons actually. First, it's on the care plan. What do we do with the care plan? Follow it. So if you don't document it, you did not follow the care plan. But the second reason is if I ask you to take a pulse, I need that pulse for something. There's no busy work in healthcare. I'm not giving you stuff to do just to keep you busy. You've got way more to do than you can possibly get done. I don't need to add busy work in there. So if I ask you for a pulse, that means that I need that information for something. So if you take the pulse, but you don't write it down anywhere and it's just floating around in your little old bean up there and you haven't told anybody, does that help me? That means that I've got to go in and take that pulse now to accomplish whatever task it is that I need to do. Does that make sense? So if you count something and you don't document it, it's just like you never counted it at all because I don't have the information that I need. Good? Make sense? All right. We also learned how to dress a resident with a weak arm. We're going to ask what they want to Where? Yeah. What if they choose something that doesn't match, doesn't go together? You can suggest an alternative, but ultimately, who gets to make the decision? The patient. Sure. Absolutely. When do we want to get the clothing? Before or after we undress our patient? Before. When we lift an extremity, do we lift it from above? Underneath with a flat palm. You want to support all of those joints when you lift. How do we remember how to do this? What does USA stand for?
Use strong arm first.
Not use.
Undress.
Undress strong arm first, and then dress weak arm first. That allows the garment to just slide right off the weak arm and slide right on without having a lot of motion required. We don't want to overextend or force motion. We want to adjust the clothing for neatness and appearance. You want to make sure that all dirty items go into the hamper. And the call light, which hand do we want to put that in? The call light. The stronger hand. Yep. Let's hold on. Good morning. I think I might have another question up here. I'm not sure. Okay. Not sure what before means. Okay. Oh, you're answering that. Never mind. You're answering this. Got it. Got it. I'm a little slow. It's Monday. All right. Now, range of motion, we did not see how to do this, but we did talk a little bit about it. And I'll show you this one before we start our skills today. We'll go over this one. But we're going to do exercises as CNAs to retain function. We're not trying to make anything better. We're just trying to maintain what they've already got. And there's 3 different exercises that we can do as CNAs. Flexion extension is up, down. Abduction, adduction is side to side. And rotation is around. How would we know which of those exercises to do? How would we know which joints to exercise? And how would we know how many repetitions to do? So it's a recipe. We're just going to follow the recipe. Okay, good? Make sense? When we move, we want to lift from below, support at the joints. We want to move slowly and smoothly, but this is really important. We want to return all the way to the start position. So if our care plan tells us to perform flexion extension of the shoulder, we're going to bring the arm all the way up and all the way back down to the start position. If we don't go all the way to start, if we go up and then down to here and up, this is not a full range of motion. You've got to go all the way back to the start position. Good? Okay, so flexion extension is up, down with a joint. Up, down with a joint. Up, down with a joint. Okay? Up, down with a joint. That's flexion extension. But I want to show you something with abduction, adduction, because these two get really confused in people's minds. Watch where my hand ends up here. This is flexion extension. If I asked you to extend your hand above your head, extension, right? Extend your hand. You see where my hand ends up? Right here? It's facing forward. My palm is facing forward. If you bring it all the way down. Now, abduction, adduction is a side-to-side motion. So if I take my hand and move it out to the side, where does my hand end up? The same place, but it's facing a different direction, my palm is. Do you see that? Okay, this is flexion extension. This is abduction, adduction, and it works different muscle groups. Okay, good. Now, rotation is a little bit different. Rotation of the shoulder is not a pitcher windup. A lot of people think it is, right? A lot of people, if I ask you to do rotation of the shoulder, you'll do something like this, right? It's around. Well, that makes sense. But that's actually not what rotation is. So everybody stand up for a second. Try not to, knock out the person next to you. But bring your arm all the way around. All the way around. Try not to knock anybody out. Okay, feel what that does in your shoulder. Okay. Now, I want you to hold your arm out to the side, palm up. And I want you to turn that palm all the way around so it's palm up backwards. Feel what that does in your shoulder. Do you guys feel what that does in your shoulder? Yeah?
Oh, yeah. No,
Do you feel that? That is a true rotation of the joint, not the muscles. So this is not rotation of the shoulder. This is. Good? Go ahead and have a seat. Oh, great question, Latasha. Okay, Latasha asks, when you dress a resident with a weak arm, is it better to walk around and undress a strong arm or reach across the patient and undress the patient's strong side? Great question. Let's talk about it. So if I'm going to work on this patient over here, let's turn the camera. Okay, so say I'm going to work on this patient over here. And I've undressed the strong arm first, and I'm getting ready to take the gown off of the weak arm. If I try to lean over this patient to get the gown off, and I'm over here and I lose my balance, do you see what happens? Right? So I'm automatically, it's a reflex. I'm going to put my hands down to catch myself, but who's under my hands? The patient. And I'm likely to injure them, very likely. But there's a propriety thing here as well. If I'm leaning over the patient like this, my personal areas are right near their face. And that's not what we want to portray. So the answer to your question is we always walk around. Okay? Always walk around. Remember, you're getting paid by the hour. So walk around. All right. Okay, so when we look at this, these are all of the principles that we have to learn in class, all the things that are on the back wall. We've learned skill rules. We've learned the opening. We've learned glove rules, barrier, privacy blanket, most of linen rules, and the closing. We're only 1 week in. And you've learned most of what's on the back wall. Was it hard? No. Now, we're going to use these principles to create and construct skills. So you're going to hear all this again and again and again and again. Okay. Make sense? Good? It's kind of an easy way to learn the skills. We're going to use them as building blocks. So we only have 4 left to learn. And out of those, we're actually going to learn 3 of them today. All right. Forgot to check these off. Okay. So I'm going to show you the video real quick for range of motion, shoulder, just so you can see that video. Let's get that out of the way. It's like a 2-minute video. And then we're going to get into hand and nail care. Okay. Good morning, Ed. Remember, we follow the care plan.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm great. I need to do some exercises on your left shoulder. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain and go wash my hands. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm going to do a series of exercises. We're going to repeat each one 3 times each. The first one's going to be a flexion extension where I raise your arm over your head and back down to the bed, and we'll do that 3 times. Is that okay?
Okay.
I'll do all the work. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort.
Okay.
I'll stretch your arm out here to start. So we're going to raise it above your head and back down to the bed 3 times.
Okay.
Supporting at both joints. We're going to go all the way up and all the way back down. Feel okay?
Yes.
Any pain?
No.
We're going to go up again and all the way back down. That's 2. 1 more. Up and all the way back down. That's 3. Feel okay?
Yes.
All right, your next exercise is an abduction adduction. We're going to swing your arm to the side and back in. We'll do this 3 times.
Okay.
Like you're making a snow angel.
Okay.
So we're going to go all the way up and all the way back down. That's 1. All the way up and all the way back down. That's 2. All the way up. Feel okay?
Mm-hmm.
And all the way back down. That's 3. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Can I get you anything, such as a magazine?
No. No.
Okay, your environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please let me know. I'll go ahead and open your curtain. And there's nothing else that you need?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to go wash my hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
After washing my hands, I'll review all the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
All right, any questions?
Now the exercise that you did on that gentleman in the bed, was that his weak rope and you handed him the button?
Doesn't say that it's weak. Remember that we do exercises to retain function. So generally speaking, we are not working on weak extremities. That would be physical therapy's job. We are working on the stronger extremity to maintain its function. So let's think about that for a second. Okay, let's think about life in a clinical setting, hospital, rehab, whatever, just wherever you are. Because you have CNAs there that are helping you with bathing, dressing, and grooming, and feeding, and toileting, and stuff like that. And you've got nurses that are taking care of all your nursing type needs. How much activity do you think that you're going to get in a clinical setting?
Not too much.
A lot. You're going to be moving around a lot. Activity as in walking around, or the patient activity?
The patient.
They're not going to be moving.
Yeah, they're going to be kind of stagnant, right?
Stiff, especially older patients.
So what do you think happens to an older individual that doesn't move a whole lot? What do you think happens to their muscles?
If they're not rotated.
Okay, bed sores.
Circulation.
The muscles lock up and you can stiff.
Okay, the muscles, yeah, they can actually shrink in size. That's called atrophy. The joints can lock up. We call those frozen joints. If the joints bend because the tendons shorten, we call those contractures. And this happens very quickly to older individuals. So if we know that our patient is going to be in bed for an extended period of time with very little activity, the nurse is probably going to assign range of motion exercises to keep those joints moving in some way to prevent muscle atrophy and joint issues and contractures and skin issues and such. Make sense? Good? So that's why we would be doing range of motion. It's not because the patient has a strong or a weak side. It's just to maintain the motion that the patient currently has. But remember that we're only trying to maintain. So if we're doing abduction, adduction, and the patient gets to here and says, ow, then the next one will go below the ow. And who are we going to tell about the ow? The nurse. Absolutely. Okay, good. All right, let me go back here. Let's go to page 116. So this is a overview of this skill that we're going to learn. And we're going to be putting a lot of these principles that we just went over together. So if you look down the side here, you can see all of the principles that are involved in this skill. We're going to read the care plan. We'll do our opening. We'll evaluate if we need gloves. We may not, depends on the patient. We're going to use a barrier because we have supplies. Linen rules are going to apply because we have washcloths and towels. We have to learn washing rules and basin cleaning. We'll talk about that in a minute. And we're going to do the closing at the end of the skill. Hand and nail care, these are the skill-specific steps that we're going to go over. And over here, we have each one of those principles spelled out for you to make it easy for you to remember what each one means. I have a video for this. This is the short form of the skill here. And along the bottom is our test-specific information. For the test, somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this skill in 11 minutes. Yep. We're going to read the care plan in just a second, but I want you to remember that 11 minutes. Okay. This is going to be done on a live testing student. That person will be positioned in a chair by the evaluator. Charting is not required. So let's take a look at that care plan. Whoops. On page 117 at the top, somebody read the care plan to me.
Provide hand and nail care to one hand. The patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside can move as directed.
Okay, so how many hands are we washing? One. How long do you have to do that? 11 minutes to wash one hand. They give you way more time than you need. Okay? But hand and nail care really, in all fairness, is a little bit more than just washing a hand. We're going to wash the hand, rinse the hand, dry the hand. We're going to clean under the nails, and we're going to file the rough edges with an emery board. We'll also apply a little bit of lotion. So it is a little bit more than washing one hand, but it still doesn't take 11 minutes. So don't rush. You've got all the time you need to do these skills.
But we are not allowed to cut it.
We do not trim nails. No, we don't cut nails. And if you file nails on a regular basis, you never have to cut them because you keep them at a short length. Yep. Excuse me, just 1 second. I do think that is, let me see if that's for us. Hold on. Actually, I'm going to open this. Now that, yeah, I know it's bright. Now that the store is closed on Mondays, I have to watch for the mail. Sorry. Okay. All right, so let's learn a little bit about these two principles. Remember, we know all the rest of them. Let's learn these two principles in order to be able to do this particular skill. And we're going to start out with washing rules. This is on page 112. There are 5 washing skills. 5 washing skills. Chances are you'll probably get one of these 5. It's not guaranteed, but it's very common. This is going to fall under ADL skills. So you've got all of your washing skills and you've got dressing a resident. You'll get one of those types of skills. Down at the bottom, I do have a video for this that you can watch on your own. But in order to understand this, we have to have a little bit of a lecture about the changes of aging regarding the skin and muscles. So everything I'm about to tell you is going to start on page 113. These are your notes. And in order to understand washing rules, we have to think about how we bathe, right? So when you take a shower, you get in, you rinse off, you get some soap, you scrub a dub, and then what do you do after you put soap on? You rinse it off. Absolutely. If you don't rinse off that soap, what happens?
The dirt is still there.
Okay, so the dirt is there, but it dries. And what does that do to your skin?
Dries it out.
Dries it out. Probably gets pretty itchy too. Would you ever consider like jumping out of the shower with soap on your skin and shampoo in your hair? It wouldn't even cross your mind, right? That's just like that it's only half done. I'm not doing that. And yet we do this to patients all the time. We forget to rinse. And if it's not something that we would want done to us, we've got to be careful not to do this to patients. And it's really easy when you're in a shower to remember to rinse. But when you're trying to do this outside of a shower environment, it's easy to forget to rinse because you can't really see the soap on the skin. It's easy to forget. So I'm going to teach you some strategies to help prevent that from happening so that we remember. If we know that when we're washing something, we're going to wash it and then we have to rinse it, that means that we need water for rinsing because our patient's not in a shower environment. We're not at the sink. Our care plan said our patient's sitting in a chair at a bedside table. So we're doing this all here. So if we need water to rinse, that means that the basin that we put water in can't have soap in it. If we put soap in that basin, we now can't rinse with it. Make sense? Now, some of you are saying, yeah, we'll just go get another basin. That doesn't work either. First of all, it gives you two things to clean at the end of the skill. We don't want to make our job harder. But the other reason is because everything that you use for that patient, they're going to get charged for. Everything you use, they get charged for. And those basins are somewhere around $30, $40 for a little plastic rectangle. Anybody ever go to the hospital?
Yeah,
Did you get a bill?
sure,
Did you ever ask for an itemized bill?
sure, yes. I have.
If you've looked at the itemized bill, they account for absolutely everything that you used while you're there. So if, as a CNA, if we're going into the supply shelf and making decisions about what we're going to use and everything gets scanned to the patient, they're going to get a bill for that. Healthcare is not free. In fact, it's one of the most expensive things in the nation. Okay, so we've got to be careful about spending our patients' money. I always looked at it like this, right? When you go to a restaurant, you order off the menu based on what you can afford, right? If I've only got $30 in my pocket, I'm not ordering the steak and lobster. I'm going to order the burger. Make sense? You make decisions, budgeting decisions based on the money that you have. Now imagine going to a restaurant and they don't give you a menu. They serve you what they think you should have. You have no idea how much it's going to cost, and yet you're required to pay the bill when you leave. You probably wouldn't go back to that restaurant, but that's how hospitals operate. Same principle. You don't get to decide what you need, and you get a bill at the end that you have to pay. And if you don't pay it, they take you to court. In Hernando County, our county, 1 day a month at the courthouse is set aside for medical collections. Mm-hmm. They will take you to court and they will garnish your wages. So we've got to be careful as healthcare providers that we're not spending our patients' money unnecessarily. Does that make sense? Good. I personally believe that healthcare should not be a privilege. It should be a right. But it is expensive. So somebody's got to pay for it. Right now it's us.
I just heard yesterday, that healthcare workers are going to get some kind of a tax cut. I was told.
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, I heard it yesterday.
Yeah.
I did hear it. I don't want to bring out anything political or anything. But
Yeah, I've not heard that.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's what I was told.
And as an RN, I would,
I was on CNA, so.
yeah. Now it may be a proposed,
Right.
that hasn't passed yet, but there's nothing
Yes,
that,
it's not passed yet.
yeah, nothing that I'm aware of.
It's gonna be good, though.
Okay, so basins are no soap zones. So we don't put soap into our basin of water. That keeps our water clean for rinsing. We're also going to remember that whatever we wash, we rinse, and whatever we rinse, we dry. That's how it's going to keep us on track. Remember I said it's really easy to forget to rinse when you're not at a sink or in a shower area. So we want to keep that in mind. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. Good? Okay, since we have to rinse the soap off the skin, you don't want to put soap in the basin because that suds up your rinsing water. To get water for bathing, don't put soap in the water. Oh, good morning, Jacksonville. Oh, Rosie, hold on. Rosie says, good morning. Tomorrow is my Prometric exam. I'm watching your videos. Hopefully I'll pass. A little bit nervous. Best of luck to you, Rosie. Great vibes out to you. And I want to know if I can use the skills demonstrated on this channel to pass my state board in New York City. Yes, this is Prometric based instruction, and New York uses Prometric testing. All right, so when we're going to get water, all right, we've got a patient sitting here. We've done our whole opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do hand and nail care. Is that okay? Close curtain, go wash my hands, get my barrier, get my supplies. I'm ready to start. Now, I have clean hands because I've washed them and I've only touched clean supplies. So I'm going to take that basin over to the sink. Is that faucet clean? So do I want to take my clean hands and touch that faucet? What could I use between my clean hands and the faucet? A paper towel. So when we're getting water for bathing, we have to remember to use a paper towel to turn that water on. Now it needs to be warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. Oh, this is describing what I forget to keep up with this. All right. So we've gathered clean supplies with our clean hands. The faucet is not clean. So we want to use a paper towel between the faucet and our hands to keep our hands clean. We're going to use warm water. We're going to use the inside of our wrist to check that water temperature. It should feel warm, not hot, not cold. Everybody has a different preference when it comes to water temperature. In the shower, I like water hot enough to strip paint. I want steam billowing, right? I like hot, hot, hot showers. My husband likes cool showers. He works outside. He doesn't want hot. He wants cool showers. And every single one of you has a shower temperature preference. And it's probably not exactly the same as the person sitting next to you. So we have to keep this in mind. Every person is an individual that will have a different preference with temperature. So we're going to start out with warm. However, if it's comfortable for me, who else do you think needs to check this temperature? The patient. That's right. This is a testing checkpoint. Just because I think it's comfortable does not mean that my patient is going to agree. They have to have the option to check it. Now, if they say, oh, yeah, it's good, we can go on. If they say, oh, no, that's too hot, I need to address that. For the test, you are going to ask your patient to check the water temperature, and we are going to listen to their response. The evaluator will probably check the temperature as well. Okay, good. Well, let's talk about why this is important. And this gets into some stuff with aging that you probably aren't aware of. So we're going to learn something new here. Our skin changes as we age. And it's not just the skin that changes, it's the fat layer and muscle as well. Have you ever seen an old person's arm? It looks like skin over bone. And you can actually see the ropey veins underneath the skin. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? So how do we go from this, where you can't really see that, to old person arms? Right? There has to be a change. There has to be a change. So let's talk about that change. So when we're young, we've got really thick, nice layers of skin, really thick layers of fat, and well-developed muscle. As we enter our middle years, you can see that the skin layer has started to break down a little bit. It's gotten thinner. Our fat layer has definitely gotten thinner, and even our muscles are starting to shrink a little bit. This means we're probably not going to have as much strength. Now, as we get old, our skin becomes paper thin. Look at the difference in skin layers. Paper thin. The fat layer, almost non-existent. And the muscle layer is quite decreased as well. This is normal. As we age, our layers decrease in size. Well, what does that do for us? Why do we care? That fat layer is extremely important. More important than we think it is. It's kind of like a wetsuit that you can't take off, okay? Anybody know what normal body temperature is? Okay, 98.6, yeah, is normal, but it's actually kind of a range. We usually use 97.6 to 99.6. Somewhere in that range is considered normal. Good. Anybody know what air temperature is for comfort? I mean, if you had to guess. All right, let's use easy numbers here, okay? So let's say 98 for body temperature, 75 for room temperature. We'll use easy. I like easy numbers. Everybody go with that? 98 for body temperature, 75 for room temperature. Okay. So if you were to walk outside and it was 98 degrees out there, how would you describe that? Hot. Absolutely. We don't think that 98 degrees is comfortable. And yet your body runs at 98 degrees. And it is so, your body is so sensitive that anything below 95 is hypothermia. 95. Anything below 93 and you're dead. Dead. D-E-A-D, dead. That's how, I mean, that's how sensitive it is. That's pretty significant, right? So even 93, we would consider hot. You reach over and touch her skin, she's 98, right? We're hot. So if we know that room temperature is about 75 and our body temperature is 98 and we have to stay around 98 to live, that means that there has to be a method, something is happening to make our body hotter than our air temperature. Make sense? Make sense? This is why you burn calories. You ever heard that term? Burning calories. Your body burns calories to generate heat. That heat keeps your body at a consistent 98 and change. Good? Make sense? Now, let me explain to you how critical this is, though. There's a principle, room temperature always wins. And to understand that, let's go back to food. If you have a pie in the oven and it cooked at 325 and you pull it out of the oven when the timer goes off, how would you describe that pie? What kind of temperature is it? Yeah, it's very hot, 325 degrees, hot, right? And it's hot because the oven made it that way. You leave that pie on top of the stove for a couple hours, does it stay hot?
No.
What happens?
It settles, it cools down.
Cools down. It cools down to?
Room temperature.
Room temperature. So even though we had something starting at 325 degrees, room temperature 1. Got it? Room temperature always wins. So apple pie goes really nice with ice cream. So let's grab some ice cream out of the freezer. When we grab it out of the freezer, how would you describe that ice cream? Cold. Okay, so it's probably somewhere around 0, 5 degrees, somewhere in there. If you leave that cold ice cream on the counter for a couple hours, what happens to it?
It melts, it becomes room temperature.
Okay, so room temperature once again wins. So if we know that it doesn't matter how hot something is or how cold something is, eventually room temperature is going to win. That means that our body has to always generate heat to keep us at 98 degrees. It's not a very efficient system. Our bodies has to continually burn calories to heat us up.
98.7 or is it
It's
98?
It's 90, it's a range, 97.6 to 99.6.
Okay, so that's-
I'm just using 98 as an easy number.
okay.
Okay. Just for the sake of this demonstration, but 98.6 is considered pretty normal. Okay. So we know that we have to generate heat all the time to keep us at that 98.6 degrees. And that's specifically because if we drop below 95, we're hypothermic. So it's not a very efficient system, and we know room temperature always wins. So your body has this layer of fat that acts as a wetsuit to keep room temperature from cooling us down. It also helps hold in the body heat that we're creating to keep us at that consistent 98.6 degrees. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think happens if we lose our layer of fat?
You get cold, they're cold all the time.
Okay, but let's you jump 2 steps ahead. So hold on one second. No, you're good. You got right conclusion. Right conclusion. But if we don't have that layer of fat, what's going to happen to the body heat we generate? It's not going to be as efficient. It's going to kind of dissipate away, right? And that means that room temperature is going to affect our temperature way more. Make sense?
Yes.
Right? So we don't have a protective mechanism. We don't have that layer of fat. And that's good. You're absolutely right. That's going to lead our patients to always feel cold. That's right. Have you ever seen an old person that complained about being cold?
Yes.
Especially in Florida.
Absolutely. And this is why Martha said that she couldn't move back to New Jersey because of the cold. Good? Does that make sense? So outside temperatures stay outside, inside body heat stays inside when we have a good layer of fat there to separate the two. The problem is, as we age, we lose that layer of fat. It also is going to affect how the patient perceives the temperature of the water that we use on them because they don't have that layer of insulation. So something that feels perfectly fine to you may feel very hot to them because you're feeling it through a wetsuit. They're not. So if your patient says, oh no, that's too hot, don't argue with them. Go cool the water down.
What if like they're running a fever, but they don't know they're running a fever, they just feel normal?
You report it to the nurse.
But like you do all the like the bed bath and all that, and then like you go in like 20 minutes later and you notice like their fever's like 103, but they didn't notice the temperature difference in their body.
And that could be because our perceptions change as we age, and it's very common to have things that you would pick up on being a younger person may be missed by an older person. So having a fever and not recognizing the signs, very common. You would just report to the nurse. But I would go probably a step beyond that. When you did the partial bed bath, if you noticed that their skin was very warm to the touch and their cheeks were much pinker than normal, is that something that we should report? Okay, so good. Even though we haven't taken their temperature yet, it's still a change that probably should, if you pick up on it, should be reported to the nurse. The worst situation with this is when I told you guys about the shower room, right? Did I tell you guys about the shower room? Yeah. If steam is billowing in the shower room, chances are that water is too hot for the patient. Okay, good.
Unless they wanted it like that hot.
Okay, so that's patient preference. But if the patient is screaming, then it's, yeah, we've got to listen to our patients. Does that make sense? Okay. So we want that patient to check the water temperature before we bathe them in it. And if that water, if we're taking a long time to do the skill and the water gets cold or soapy, what do you think we should do to that water? Should we ignore it?
Pump it out and add new fresh water.
Yeah, let's change the water. Absolutely. Get some more warm water. So if this skill takes a little bit of time, we want to make sure, just kind of keep an eye on that water temperature. Because if we are bathing the patient in cold water, that can affect their body temperature, because remember, there's no fat layer to protect. The outside temperatures are going to affect them. Good? All right, so whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. And the order does matter. Don't skip this step. This step gets skipped. That half of all testing, people forget to rinse. That half of all testing, people forget to rinse. And remember, if you forget to rinse, that soap's going to dry on the skin. This is skin under magnification with soap on it. That's what it looks like. It dries out that top layer of skin. That's going to make the patient feel very itchy. And remember, their skin's very paper thin. So if it dries out paper thin skin, it can rip. And now we've got a whole nother portal of entry. Good. I'm aging. This is starting to affect me. I've been doing this now for like, I don't know, 17 years or something. And I'm aging.
Your knees, right?
Well, yeah, my knees. But do you see this? Right? I just barely scraped by a piece of metal that was sticking out. And it tore my skin, because my skin is becoming thinner. Right? We don't like this as we age. You know, we don't like to admit that we're aging, but this is real, guys. This really happens. And we've got to be really, really careful with our patients. What do you think is going to happen if we have paper thin skin and we rub too hard? It's going to tear. So we want to be very gentle with our patients that have very fragile skin. All right. We don't want to change, or we don't want to get the surface wet. And we've got a barrier on the surface. That's good. But if water drips onto the floor, onto the sheets, we want to address that. So we always wring our washcloths out really well, no drippy wet washcloths, so that we don't get the sheets wet or the surrounding areas wet. Good? Okay, last rule for washing rules is that we warm lotion before we put it on. Don't squirt cold lotion onto your patient. It's uncomfortable. Warm the lotion up in your hands, put it on, but then we have to wipe off the excess. And the reason for that is when you put lotion on, I don't think I have any here. When you put lotion on, all right, hold on. Okay. When you put lotion on the skin, right? I'm going to rub this in. I'm still rubbing this in. I'm still rubbing this in, right? We're putting lotion on the skin. How long have I been rubbing this in? Like forever, right? Yeah, you're not going to rub this long on your patients, but yet, you guys still see lotion on there? You still see the sheen of lotion on there? It did not all go away. It did not all soak in. If I go to pick up a cup of hot coffee with lotion covered hands, what's going to happen? It's going to slip. Is that a safety problem? Remember that safety problems count big on the state exam. So when we put lotion on, we rub it in, and there will always be lotion left on the surface of the skin, because your skin can only absorb so much. So when you put lotion on, you have to wipe off the excess. when you wipe off the excess, whatever has been absorbed will stay in the skin. But we've now created a drier surface that doesn't put our patients at risk. So when we work with lotion, we warm it on our hands first, apply it, and then we wipe off that excess for safety. Good? Questions? Okay. Now we're going to move on to basin cleaning. And those of you that are really detail oriented and you think about infection control, you're going to struggle with this. I'm going to make it super easy. Don't think about infection control. Just don't. We're simply going to rinse, dry, and store the basin. That's it. Basins are single patient use. They're only used with that. If I give her a basin, it's only used by her. It's not used by her roommate. It's not used by anybody. It's her basin. Okay? So when I clean it, I just have to rinse it, dry it, and put it away. That's it. Because it's only hers. It's not going to be passed around. Good? But sometimes your care plan is going to ask you to disinfect that basin. Maybe she has an immune system problem. So if the basin has to be disinfected, we have to have a process for that. So we're going to learn that process here. Page 90. You can see that we're going to be cleaning basins a lot. So this is not the last time you're going to see this. Half of our skills involve basin cleaning of some sort. All the notes are on page 91. But when we're working with basins, you're going to dump whatever's in the basin wherever it would normally go. If it's urine or feces, it goes in the toilet. If it's saliva, it goes in the sink. If it's bathing water, you can put it in the shower or the sink, either way. But where does it normally go? Yeah, nobody really, well, with bathing water, it would normally go in the shower, right? Or sink is fine too. But there's no hard and fast rule here. Just where does it normally go?
In a drain. Any drain.
Yeah, a drain. Now, if it's body waste products,
Yes.
make sure that goes in the toilet. Don't get too hung up on this. Just where would it normally go? Okay, good. Once we've dumped it out, we're going to rinse the basin. And then when we rinse it, we want to put the rinse water wherever we put the stuff. If it was urine or feces, we'll put the rinse water in the toilet where we put the toileting stuff. If it's mouth care basin, we'll rinse it out and put that in the sink. Dump it in the sink because that's where the saliva went. We're going to dump it wherever we dump the stuff. Good? So we're going to dump the stuff where it normally goes. We're going to rinse the basin and dump that wherever we dump the stuff. Good? Questions? Don't get too tied up in this. Dump it, rinse it, dump it. That's it. Toileting stuff, make sure it goes in the toilet. Don't overcomplicate this, guys. If we need to disinfect, though, we have to have a process for this. And the problem is when we have to disinfect something, we can't be holding it while we disinfect it. You can't hold on to something as you're spraying it. It defeats the purpose. So if we're going to spray it, if we have to disinfect it, and the test does not require disinfecting of anything, but if we have to disinfect it, after we have rinsed it and dumped our rinse water, notice we're wearing soiled gloves or we have soiled hands, but we're touching the basin with unclean something. And we can't disinfect it while we're holding it. So we're going to set it down in the sink and disinfect the inside of the basin. Now, once we've sprayed it, we can't pick it up with those dirty hands or dirty gloves. What could we use between our dirty hands or dirty gloves and the basin? A paper towel. So paper towel to pick it up, paper towel to dry the inside, different paper towel to dry the outside. Now, I want you to use a different paper towel on the outside because we didn't spray the outside. We only sprayed the inside of the basin. Got it?
You don't
So-
want it to mix.
Right. So different paper towel to dry the outside. Good. And then we need to put that basin in a drawer. We don't want to touch the drawer with our soiled hands or soiled gloves. So we'll get a paper towel to pick up our supplies and put the basin in the drawer. And then we'll throw those paper towels away. Good. You're going to see a lot of basin cleaning. 9 skills use basin cleaning. You'll see it the first time with this skill, and then we're going to see it over and over and over. So if you don't get it this time, no big deal. We're going to go through it. But like I said, for the test, this is super easy. You rinse it, you dry it, you store it. They don't care. Rinse it, dry it, store it. Okay, good. Remember, it's the patient's cooties. Just their cooties. All right, so these are your rules. We're going to empty the basin in the sink or the toilet. We'll rinse it with running water and set it down in the sink. We'll disinfect it per facility policy. And then we'll use a paper towel to pick it up, paper towel to dry the inside, paper towel to dry the outside, and then one more for the supplies and to open the drawer. And then we can throw those paper towels away. So now let's learn hand and nail care. This is our first washing rule. Oh, okay. All right, Renata, great vibes out to you for your test on Wednesday. We wish you all the luck. Audie, do you wear gloves to wash our patients? Well, it depends. Are you going to be touching body fluids? Are you going to be touching personal skin? Or are you going to be touching open skin? If the answer is yes to any of that, then yes, you need gloves. And then when taking the state exam, do they have the supplies nearby, or do you have to go looking for them? Or is it something you have to ask the tester before you start? That's a great question. So for the test, you're going to have a supply shelf. When you go in to take your test, they take 2 people in and they show you around the environment. They're going to show you how the bed works, how the privacy curtain works, where to find your supplies, where everything is located. So they'll go over all of that with you. But for the test, it's going to be a situation like this. You'll have a couple beds, a supply shelf, a hamper, and a patient bathroom area. So stay tuned till the end of class, and I'll turn the camera around and show you. But everything will be there for you. So let's talk about hand and nail care. This is a very easy skill. We soak the hand in water in the basin. Remember, no soap in the water. We're just going to soak it. We're going to take it out and put it on a towel to wash it. So we'll get some washcloths, put them in our basin, wring them out really well. No drippy wet washcloths. Put some soap on them. After we put soap on them, we'll wash the hand. After we wash the hand, we'll put the hand back in the basin to rinse. We'll take the hand back out, put it on the towel to dry. And then we're going to take an orange stick. We're going to use the slanted end of the orange stick to clean under the nails. Slanted end of the orange stick. And when you clean, you kind of go along the edge of the nail, and you want to wipe that off because I don't want the dirt from this nail under this one. So we're going to take an orange stick, go right under the edge of the nail, wipe that off, go to the next one, clean under, wipe that off, clean under, wipe that off, clean under, wipe that off, clean under, wipe that off. And then we'll use an emery board to file the rough edges in one direction only toward the center.
Sorry, so let's say because our self-care was just washing the one hand. If we were doing 2 hands, would we have 2 separate basins instead of rinsing?
Good question. So I don't have any in there. So for the test, our care plan just said 1 hand. So that's all we have to do. 1 hand. In a clinical setting, if we're doing 2 hands, the basin will fit both hands. So you could do them both at one time.
But it doesn't matter since, let's say you're washing one of your hands and then you rinse it and the soapy water is still in there.
I would do them both at one time. So I'd put both hands in the basin, take them out to wash them, put them back into rinse, take them out to dry. However, if I've got a patient that has a big scratch on one hand, I probably don't want to wash them together. I would wash this hand, or soak it, wash it, rinse it, dry it, and then I would get clean water and then do this one.
So it doesn't affect the cut.
Right. Well, remember, I don't want it, that cut is a portal of exit. So I don't want pathogens all in that water that this hand is going to be in. Make sense? All right. So this is an orange stick and this is an emery board. I'm going to pass these around so you guys can see. And this orange stick, we're going to use the slanted end, not the pointed end, the slanted end.
Do you use the pointed end, the other side for everything?
For CNAs, no. No. CNAs just use the slanted end. We used to explain, or we used to tell students, anybody here like chew your nails, like down to the quick? Anybody? Okay. If there's no white showing on the edge of the nail, then the pointed end is a little bit more effective. But as CNAs, you're just told to use the slanted end. Okay. All right. So we've soaked the hand, we washed, rinsed, and dried. We put the hand on a towel, use the slanted end to clean under each nail, wiping in between nails. And then we're going to use an emery board to file in one direction only toward the center. Now, this is because of a change of aging. As we age, not only does our skin get thin, but our nails get brittle. And when you have brittle nails, if you take that emery board and you do what we do when we're filing our nails, I don't know where my nail file, I think I used my nail file actually. If you go, yeah, if you go back and forth, yeah, it is. Thank you.
You're welcome. I wish I had one right now.
If you go back and forth with your nail file in a rapid way, like this, what that does is it pulls and pushes your nail, just like this. Pulls and pushes your nail. But when you do that, it can cause that nail to split right up the middle with that longitudinal stress. Now, your nails, it won't have an effect because you're young and you have a lot of collagen and biotin in your nails. But as you age, as those nails change, we can't do that anymore. So we simply go in one direction toward the center and then across the top to get rid of any point. Good?
Yes.
Questions? Then we apply lotion last. So we warm up that lotion, put it on, wipe off the excess, and then we have to clean up. So the skill itself, soaking a hand, washing a hand, rinsing a hand, drying a hand, cleaning under the nails and filing, and then putting lotion on, that whole series takes less than 3 minutes. The majority of this skill is getting ready for the skill and cleaning up after the skill. That's where most of our time is spent. But the actual steps of the skill, about 3 minutes. Okay, good.
Question.
Yes.
The test, how long does it take to take the whole entire test?
Go to page 25 in your book.
Okay.
Go ahead, go to your page,
This one?
no, your white book, 25.
And read it?
Do you remember the care plans that we talked about on day 1?
Yes.
Do you see the little clock at the top of the care plan?
So add them all up? And then-
No. Each one of those is a skills test. Each one of those care plans, those clipboards that you see on there.
Right.
So if you look at the first clipboard, how many?
31 minutes.
Okay, so that's how long you would have to do that set of skills if you got that set of skills.
Then you said we gotta pick one. So the test is like a half an hour.
For the skills,
for the
yes.
skills.
But it depends on which skill set you get
Right.
as to how much time you're given.
Okay.
You will get one of those 11. Those 11 on the page is the test. That is, you will get one of those 11.
Nice. Okay, thank you. All right, it's just a-
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm just pressed the time all the time. I'm not anybody else's situation. Everybody's got life happening. And I have another question. Now, if I can't make it in class, I can watch this at home,
Right.
right? And it still get credit, right?
Well, there's no credit for the
I know.
class because it's just
because-
test prep. I'm getting
But
you
to
ready for
me,
the
it's a
test.
commitment to make sure I follow through and not miss anything. Because it's in a compulsive behavior, maybe.
Just remember, if you're here, you
Right.
can ask questions and get immediate feedback.
Yes, I know. but
If
we get
you're-
shut down, oh, we'll get to that, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe the class isn't for me. Oh, maybe I'll just
I don't
watch
want
it
you
at
to
home.
feel that way.
I don't
No,
want
not.
to.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
No,
I'm
I
busy. It's okay.
no, I don't mean. I just want to make sure that the only reason I say that is because I want to make sure that I give you the entire answer with the right context around it. So that's the only reason that I say that. And I'm so sorry. I don't want you to feel like I'm dismissing you at all. That's not what this is. I just want to make sure that you get the entire information in the right context. So if I just give you a quick answer, it may not be the whole truth, the whole amount of information that you need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like, yes,
Okay.
I'm not saying nothing.
All right.
I don't want to say nothing. I don't.
So
Okay.
are you struggling with anything right
No,
now?
definitely not. I think I'm more advanced than most people because I've done this before. 20
Okay.
years ago, and it's all coming back.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Very
I
good.
used to, I'm good. Thank you.
Very good.
I've
Okay.
done this before, and I love it. I'm thinking about patients I haven't thought about in years, and they're no longer here. But no, but you don't use a Hoyer lift at all? Do we ever do that?
The test does not have anything to do with the Hoyer lift.
Because I
No.
deal with a lot of patients that catheters, Hoyer lifts. So
Excuse me.
Yes.
So all this in this book, this is what we make a practice
For the
for
test,
the test.
you will get one of those that's on that
Out of
page.
the 11.
Right.
that's one of them.
You will get one of those. Each one of those care plan sets has one ADL skill, one mobility skill, and one documentation skill. But that is exactly how they're divided up for the state exam. You will get one of those 11. Any other questions? Any other questions?
So how do we know? How do we know
don't.
that for the for the supply of that?
You have to memorize your supplies. You have to memorize. So if you look at page 117. At the bottom of the page, you'll see the supplies that we need for this skill. So we need, for this particular skill, you're going to need a basin. You'll need soap, lotion, 2 washcloths, 1 towel, an orange stick, and an emery board. You also need a barrier to put all of that on. Gloves would be evaluated per patient. So if my patient had a huge cut on her hand, I would need gloves. If the patient's skin is intact, I don't need gloves because I'll wash my hands before and I'll wash my hands after. Good. Any other questions? Okay, let me show you the video for this one, and then we'll take a quick break.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Wonderful. I need to do hand and nail care on one hand. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands and then I'll gather my supplies.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to start with a barrier. So I'll place a barrier on the table and that will give me a place to set your clean supplies. And then I'm going to gather a basin, soap, and lotion. An orange stick and emery board. Two washcloths and a towel. I'm going to go get some water in the basin.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature, make
Yes,
sure it's
ma'am.
okay?
It's
Is
great.
it good?
Yes.
Okay, you can submerge your hand in there if you'd like,
Okay.
and I'll bring that tray a little bit closer to you.
Thank you.
Is that comfortable?
Yeah.
I'm going to place the washcloths in here, and we'll wet one of the washcloths and use it to get your hand wet. Now I'm going to place your hand over here on the towel. Apply soap to the washcloth. And now I'm going to wash all surfaces of your hand, including in between the fingers, in this area between the thumb and the forefinger. We're going to turn your hand over now and wash the palm of your hand. Now we're going to place your hand back in the basin to rinse. Okay, I'm going to bring your hand over here to dry. I'm going to dry between the fingers. And then I'm going to turn your hand over and dry the palm of the hand as well. Okay. Now we'll take the orange stick and I'm going to clean under each nail. Just cleaning the edge. Does that hurt?
No.
Very good. We'll wipe the orange stick on the towel in between each finger. And now I'm going to file any rough edges. So I'll file from the outer edge to the middle, checking each nail for any rough edges. And now we can apply lotion. So I'll get a little lotion, warm it up in my hands, and apply it to all surfaces of your hand. Does that feel good?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. Now we'll wipe off the lotion. Okay. How's that?
Great.
Wonderful. I'm going to place my soiled linens in dirty linen container and then clean up my workspace. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, on the way, we'll pick up the soap and the lotion and place them in the basin. We'll use the paper towel to open the drawer, place the basin in. These items will get thrown away. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I offer you a magazine?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call light is right there. Please use it to call me if you have a need. I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. So you can see that that does not take 11 minutes to do. They give you plenty of time. I bring that up because students have a tendency to rush through the skills when you're being tested. And if you try to rush through the skills, you're probably going to forget steps and you're probably not focusing on the patient. So my purpose is to help you understand that you've got plenty of time so you can kind of slow down and not feel quite so rushed when you're taking the test. Is that good?
Yes.
Does anybody have any questions about what we've gone over so far?
Yeah, I got a question.
Yes.
When, you gotta wash your hands for 20 seconds. You wash their hands for 20 seconds, right?
There's no time requirement here for their hands. And it's the friction really with your hands that you're washing. With their hand for hand and nail care, it's more along the lines of softening the debris that's underneath their nails so that the orange stick is effective. So it's not as much about cleanliness as it is about being able to be effective with what we're trying to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So good question about the 20 seconds. It's not a requirement.
You said these are called a orange, like the color orange?
Orange stick. It's made out of orange wood, which doesn't splinter. Yeah. Which is important when we're sticking it under somebody's nails. Any other questions?
Nope.
Hi, Ajoy. Hi, Berlinda. Okay, let's go ahead and take our break, about 15 minutes, and then we're going to get into making an occupied bed, another range of motion, and then we're going to go into blood pressure. Oh, thank you.
So I can watch this class from my TV.
Mhm.
Like I can sit in my living room and I can watch the class.
Yeah.
Every day live instead of coming here. I'm gonna need those things back though. I don't think we're gonna use those today, are we?
We might.
Well, at the end of the class.
Yeah.
That's on pacing. I am on, I like so much to do.
So we just put in the TV that for your CNA.
Yeah, there's
Yes, how do I do it?
for the classes.
So
The
when
YouTube?
I have a YouTube and other big screens too.
Yeah.
Just have to have 4YourCNA and it should
Do we
pop
need
up.
this code or anything to do that?
Not that I'm aware of.
So anybody can, like, I just smoked a cigarette, I smell like a cigarette, I'm sorry. Maybe you'll know. So, to watch this, like, see how that TV is right there?
Mhm.
I can watch that
At home.
at home.
You don't have to be here in class. I like being in class.
Yes,
I
I know.
don't even need to be here. I know all this, but I'd rather do this and make sure I pass the test with flying colors
Like,
than go off of what I've seen, because I've been in healthcare, but I wasn't a CNA. I was a telemetry monitor,
we talked, yeah.
push people. I did stuff that wasn't really bedside mannerisms and stuff. So
Right.
why not just take the class or pay for it?
Yeah, I
it's
know,
like, I don't
I
wanna-
paid for it too.
It's a little much, honestly. I feel like I got ripped off, but I digress.
Did you feel that way too?
Bookie, but it is what it is.
I didn't mean to stand behind you.
You say you feel ripped off. Would you rather pay $2,000 to take a 120-hour class?
Oh, I heard about that. No, I'd rather not.
Well, in most states except Florida, you have to take that.
Yeah.
Only Florida lets you challenge the exam.
Yeah, I was gonna challenge it, but there's so many tedious steps. I feel like I would have missed it. But I'd rather just study than be here. I don't mind.
Been in healthcare since I was 18. Some of the stuff I already know. It goes in depth. Kind of need to know that. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna do it on my own.
Oh, no.
Yikes, that's scary.
Where is she? Where's Miss Patty? She in the block.
Yeah, no, not anymore.
There you are. Jesus Christ.
So how was your weekend? Great. Too. Good. How many parties this weekend? Huh? Good. How no. See.
went to 2 bars Friday and Saturday. I didn't drink. I wish I did though. I'm a bit glad I didn't drink. So, oh my god, fights had started.
We've gone to bars. She's doing like.
I don't know. There's this place called Karma. It's a nightclub. I didn't even know they had doing a Halloween party until I showed up the first time there. Like, god damn. It was so it's right now. Yeah, it's in Spain. It's a cool place to go. Like, it's like that way. But that's a pretty cool place. And then the other place with Boss Lady.
You went at the same night?
I went one after, like 2 different days. But Friday and Saturday. But the person who owns Karma also owns Boss Ladies. And one of the guys ended up talking to me the night before on Friday. Was also there on Saturday at the other place. And he's the owner's best friend. He ended up talking to me the entire night. I stayed near the bouncer because I was like, this looks weird.
Yeah.
You should have walked away, girl.
You stayed in front of us. Yeah, my life is so boring.
Yeah.
I'll be at home when I go away. It's cool. Yeah.
I don't go out much. When I do go out, it's because my friends want to go out.
It's like hard to go out now. It's so expensive. One less thing.
That's what I'll go with waters and like I just won't drink. I'll just like be there for the music.
Yeah, it's like. Do you like the
I don't
music?
like that. Let's see.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm sure.
I'm a homebody.
Exactly. It's the first time I ever like go out and like near Halloween. I never go out.
Last Halloween I went to Halloween. That's the most fun I had.
Thank you. You answered that question.
Before you guys go today, I've got your worksheets for you for last week and today. So keep that in mind before you go. I'm going to pass those out. If we run a little bit late, don't go until you get your worksheets. Okay. So let's see here. All right. So our next video, Audie did ask, I did want to talk about this. Audie says, please, do we use the same nail stick to clean all the fingers? And the answer is yes, because you're going to wipe the orange stick off in between each finger. So yeah, just one orange stick is all you need. And good morning, Steve. Okay, so let's go to page 141. And we're going to cover changing an occupied bed. So if you look down the screen here, you'll see all of the principles involved in this skill. We're going to follow the care plan, do the opening, evaluate whether we need gloves. Remember, it's per patient, not per skill. So if our patient is leaking anything, if we're going to be touching personal skin or open areas, we would need gloves. We have supplies, so we need a place to put those supplies. We're going to have to cover the patient with a privacy blanket for this one because they are uncovered. Linen rules apply. And we have a new principle that we're going to learn here in just a few minutes. And of course, the closing. All of those principles are spelled out here. This is the short version of the skill. This is skill specific information here. And along the bottom, you have test information. Get that out of the way. You have test information. So somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to complete this skill in 14 minutes or less. This is going to be done on a live testing student, one of you guys, who will be laying in bed for this skill. Charting is not required for this one. So let's learn how to make an occupied bed. All of the principles involved we know except for scoot and roll. But when we learned linen rules, there were two things that we didn't learn. Okay, two points that I told you we were going to go through later. So we're going to cover those right now. And that'll fill in the rules for us. The first one is clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. And what does that mean? Well, when we have a dirty sheet under the patient and we want to put a clean sheet on the bed, we're going to change the bed a half at a time. Okay, so we're going to change the bottom sheet from side to side, half of the bed at a time. And the patient is still in bed. Anytime that we can change the sheets without the patient in bed, that's preferred. So if the patient is out of bed going to a test, change the sheets. If the patient is out of bed in the shower, change the sheets. Anytime the bed is empty, my mind automatically goes to, do I need to change those sheets? I can change an unoccupied bed in 2 minutes. It takes me 11 to change an occupied one. So it's a huge time saving. Make sense? But there are situations where we do have to change the sheets with the patient remaining in bed. Well, what does that mean? That means that we're trying to make this as clean as possible. It's not going to be sterile. Your patient is still in the bed. So you're going to have the dirty sheet touch the clean sheet. You're going to have the dirty pillowcase touch the clean sheet. You're going to have the patient on the clean sheet. So this isn't a sterile procedure. Keep that in mind, okay? We're trying to make it as clean as we can given the circumstances. And that is what dictates clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. So if I have there, if I have a sheet on the bed and I have a patient on that sheet, and I want to change the sheet a half at a time. If I take this dirty sheet and roll it away from me and tuck it underneath that patient, what's facing up is the underside of the sheet, right? The part of the sheet that was against the bed. Got it? Got it? If I take the clean sheet and roll the clean sheet toward me, the part facing up is the underside of the sheet. So I'm going to tuck that clean one underneath that dirty one with the patient still on the bed. And then I go around to the other side of the bed. We'll roll the patient over. I'll get rid of that dirty sheet and unroll the clean one. That's all we're doing here. But we do it in that way so that we're minimizing gross contamination. We'll have some contamination because the patient's still in bed. But we're trying to minimize gross contamination. But when we do that, come back over here for a second. So when we have this dirty sheet and we tuck the clean sheet underneath it and we have the patient laying on there, if that dirty sheet is wet all the way through, we're going to tuck a chucks over that wet area. So when we put the clean sheet under it, you don't have that leaking of fluid. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Good. But try to remember, this isn't a sterile procedure. You're not trying to, have those sheets perfectly 100% clean because your patient is still in bed. Do you have a question? No? Okay. All right. So clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. And this is how we remember how that process works. So clean sheets, if I'm working with a clean one, it'll roll toward me. If I'm working with a dirty sheet, it's always going to roll away from me. And that just kind of keeps us on track. We're going to use this also, this method, clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away, when we change chucks under the patient in a future lesson as well. Okay. The other principle we have to learn is don't let clean or dirty linens touch the floor. Now, this is the one that probably will give you the most trouble. Because if you're anything like me, when I change my sheets at home, I take them off the bed and throw them on the floor. I put the clean sheets on the bed and then I bundle up the dirty ones, take them to the laundry and throw them in the washer. I mean, this is something that we normally do. This is kind of a routine for us. But in healthcare, we don't put anything on the floor, not clean or dirty. because that dirty will spread pathogens. Clean, we don't want to contaminate the clean sheet with pathogens. So we keep everything off the floor. Now, that means that we've got to have a place to put those dirty sheets other than the floor. And in healthcare, we don't have hampers or baskets of dirty things in the patient's room. We don't like to leave dirty things in patients' environments. So that hamper is probably going to be down the hallway. Or in some cases, it's going to be in a special place called a soiled utility room. So we don't let dirty sheets or clean sheets touch the floor. Instead, we're going to use something to put those sheets in. Hamper is ideal. That's what we have over here, is one of these hampers. A hamper is ideal, but those we don't wheel into the patient's room. They'll be out in the hallway. So it's not real convenient to take stuff to the hallway in the middle of changing the sheets. So what should we do with them in the meantime? Well, you can put a chucks on the floor and put the dirty things on the chucks. Perfectly okay. Or most of the time, we're going to get a soiled linen bag. Open the bag up and put the linens in the bag. Now, these bags are water soluble. They're like the original Tide Pods, long before Tide Pods were a thing. These bags have soap integrated into the bag itself, and the whole thing goes into the washer. So it dissolves just like the Tide Pods do in the washer, but anything that's in that bag is also going to be washed. So sheets, obviously, but hearing aids, dentures, cell phones, earrings, anything that might be tangled up in those sheets will also go through the washer as well. Nobody is taking them out, shaking them, and making sure there's no foreign objects. So part of our responsibility is when we're changing the sheets to make sure that there's no foreign objects. If something gets ruined, that facility has to replace it. Do you know how expensive hearing aids are?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know how expensive dentures are? And eyeglasses? They can be extremely costly. So we want to make sure that we are being very diligent to make, when we're bagging up linens, to make sure there's nothing in there. Good? Questions? So every facility, acute care facility, will have a special room. Most nursing homes and rehabs also have this special room called soil utility. Everything dirty goes here. Everything dirty. We don't take dirty things into clean areas. Everything dirty goes here. You can't take a clean item into soiled utility. You can't take a soiled item into clean utility. They have to be separate. Does that make sense? Okay. So we already know this rule. We use it or we lose it. We can't store items for later. So when we're taking linens for use in a patient's room, take what you need, which means you have to learn your supplies. It's really important that you learn the amount of supplies that you need for each skill. Now, this is the new principle that we need to learn to do this skill. And yes, Faith, making an occupied bed is a tested skill. This is the new principle that we need to learn. And how do I put this? Let's get into this lesson. This is the biggest safety issue with the test. This is the biggest safety issue that you will encounter in the test. So this is way more important than you think it is. We're not going to have side rails in all settings. You're just not going to have side rails in all settings. In fact, side rails are considered a restraint. If we put a patient in a bed and put side rails up, that restricts their ability to move about unrestricted, right? So it's considered a restraint. Now, some of you are going to have a problem with this. When you are a child, like under 2, where do you normally sleep?
In a crib.
Why?
So we don't
So you don't fall.
Okay.
Get out.
So you don't fall, but also so you don't get out. That's right. Somewhere around age 2, sometimes a little earlier, you start developing the ability to climb. And what happens when we put a 2-year-old in a crib? They don't stay there, do they? They climb out. So now, instead of them falling from this height, they're now falling from this height. Did we make things safer for them? No, about this age, we take the baby out of the crib and put them in a little toddler bed, which is close to the floor. Make sense? That's what this is, guys. When you put the side rails up, it's just like a crib. You put the side rails up and put somebody in bed that doesn't want to stay there, those side rails aren't going to keep them there. They're going to climb over those side rails, or maybe under the side rails, or possibly through the side rails, but they're going to get over and around these things to the extent that they can. And what we've done is increase their potential for injury. That's why side rails are considered a restraint. And the thing is, we don't need side rails. You don't need them. If an adult, well, let me ask you, if you woke up at 1 o'clock in the morning and you wanted to go out to the kitchen and get a cup of water, is there anybody standing there telling you you can't? No. As an adult, you have the freedom to get up out of bed at 1 o'clock in the morning and go get a cup of water. If you want to sit down and flick on the TV and channel surf because you can't sleep, is there anybody telling you you can't? No, because you're an adult. You have the right to make those decisions. Certainly, you're going to suffer the consequences of those decisions, but you have the right to make that decision. Make sense? At what age are you willing to give up that right? Never. There isn't a single adult on this planet that once they hit 62 go, okay, I guess I don't have any rights anymore. It doesn't happen. And yet, as caregivers, we think that we should be able to put patients in bed and make them stay. It's 1 a.m., Mary. What are you doing up? You're supposed to be in bed. Mary's an adult. She doesn't want to be in bed. She doesn't have to be in bed. You don't have the right to force her to do that. And yet we do that as caregivers all the time. We put patients in bed, put the side rails up to try to keep them there because we think they should be. So we've got to be careful with our preconceptions that we're not treating adults like children. Good? Make sense? All right. Now, the other reason that people use side rails is because they're afraid that when they put a patient on their side, they might fall out of bed. Now, that sounds pretty reasonable, right? If a patient's laying on their side, they might fall out of bed. Therefore, I need side rails to keep them in bed. How many of you guys sleep in a bed at home? How many of you guys have side rails on your bed at home? So you must like sleep on your back and never move, right? Well, how does that happen then? How can you be in bed and toss and turn and be asleep and not fall out of the bed? Oh, so that might mean that we don't need side rails to keep a patient safe in bed? Starting to get it? We do not need side rails to keep a patient safe in bed. And that's because when a patient tosses and turns in bed, they don't roll. Let me show you what I mean. I need a volunteer. Somebody come lay down in this bed. Can you lay down on your back in the bed for me? Okay. So where did he position himself?
In the middle.
Yeah. Now, he knows he's not staying there. He knows this is temporary. I didn't ask him to lay in the middle, did I? No, he did it automatically. Why? Okay, instinct, common sense. It's what he's used to. Absolutely. His body, a small part of his brain, is responsible for something called spatial awareness. And it's always on. Even when you're sleeping, it's always on. It will keep you safely in the space you have to work with. This is always. Can I get you to roll so you're facing that wall for me? Okay. Now, if you notice, I asked him to roll, didn't I? But he didn't. He thought about it, but he didn't. He shifted. So where is he?
On the edge of the bed. Is he? I can't see. He's in the middle. but he's still-
Yeah, look up there. You can see about the same amount of space in between.
I didn't know that was on. Okay. Yeah.
So where is he?
In the eighth.
Yeah, he actually kind of thought about rolling, but then he thought against it and he kind of did a whole shift thing so that his bottom is in the middle of the bed. You did that perfect. Thank you very much. Go ahead and have a seat. Did I tell him to do that? Why did he do it? Yeah, his brain knew that if I roll, I'm going to be too close to the edge of the bed and that's not safe. And you saw him hesitate.
For a second. I don't
Yeah,
wanna fall
his brain was like, yeah, I don't want to roll. Let me just kind of shift a little bit, right? His brain knew he was fighting. You have this ability in you all the time, all the time. And every other adult has this ability in them all the time because we develop it when we get out of that crib and get into that toddler bed. This is when we develop spatial awareness. So our patients don't need side rails to keep them safe in bed. They have spatial awareness. Now, there's two things that can affect spatial awareness. One of them is medications. If you've ever gotten a medication where you had that little red sticker on the side that says may cause drowsiness or impair mobility, that will affect spatial awareness. We have to be careful with those people. And alcohol will affect spatial awareness. This is why you can start out the night sitting on a bar stool, but by the end of the night, it's a little trickier to maintain that balance, right? So alcohol affects spatial awareness as well. Outside of that, you have that ability with you all the time. That means that when we're working with patients, it's not a default position that, oh my gosh, they're going to roll right off this bed. Your patient will not do that. Now, why is that? You actually brought something up. It's something we're familiar with, right? We're familiar with our beds. We know the space we have to work with. It's big, right? So we're less likely to fall out of bed or roll. Anybody ever sleep on your couch? Anybody nap on your couch?
Yes.
Those aren't big areas, and yet you don't fall off of those either. Your brain goes with you everywhere. And that means your spatial awareness goes with you everywhere. Let's go beyond that. Anybody ever stay overnight at a hotel or a friend's house? A completely unfamiliar bed. Do you roll out of those? Again, we don't need side rails to keep our patients safe in their space. Good? If you ask a patient to roll, they will shift every time. But what about the ones that don't? What about the ones that can't move on their own? Or they are on medications that affects this spatial awareness? Well, we have to keep in mind what he did in order to know how to keep our patients safe as we're doing this. So let's talk about scoot and roll. We can't just go straight to side rails because side rails actually increase the risk of injury. Patients have to go, between, or this happens way more than you would think. Side rails kill several hundred people a year because of entrapment. Isn't that horrible? That's horrible. And that's why we can't use them without a doctor's order. Now, side rails and positioning rails are two different things. If you look at this bed right here, this half rail is a positioning rail. This doesn't affect our patient's ability to get out of bed. They can still swing their legs out. It's a half rail like this. Half rail. Doesn't affect your patient's ability to get out of bed. But if I put the bottom one up, this is now a side rail. It restricts my patient's ability to get out of bed safely. Good? Half rails and side rails are two different things. Make sense? All right. Side rails make patients weaker because they can't move freely. If I put a patient in a bed, put the side rails up and don't let them move, is that going to do anything to make them stronger? No, in fact, it's going to do the opposite. Their muscles will start to atrophy, their joints will lose mobility, and they will ultimately become weaker. We did not help this person. This is the main reason that people think we need side rails. My patient is a fall risk. I don't want them up moving around on their own because they might fall. Well, if you put a patient in bed and put the side rails up, what have you done to improve?
Nothing, it made it worse.
Yeah, that's right. So did this meet your goal? Starting to see that side rails might not be the answer. Working with this patient, getting them up and moving around frequently, helping them to the bathroom and answering those call lights promptly is a much better solution than side rails any day of the week. Because of this, you probably won't see side rails in most settings. In hospitals, if we get an order for side rails, we actually have to have maintenance come put those side rails on. They're not even on the bed. It's because we can't trust you. It's that simple. We can't trust healthcare workers to do the right thing. So they take the side rails off the bed. We don't need them though. As long as a patient remains in the middle of the bed, what we call the safe zone, they're good. There's no chance that they're going to fall out of bed as long as they're in the middle. So if they're in the back, where should they be? In the middle. If they're on their side, where should they be? In the middle. As long as they're in the middle, they're good. So how do we turn a patient onto their side and get them in the middle of the bed and not have them on the edge like this? Well, we use a process called scoot and roll. We scoot the whole patient toward us, and then we roll them away so that after the roll, they're in the middle of the bed. Scoot and roll. So if our patient's able to do this on their own, we just ask them, hey, can you turn so you're on your side? Make sure they're in the middle. If they can't do it on their own and we're going to do it, we slide their body toward us, whatever method we need to use. You can move them in segments. You can use a draw sheet, which is a flat sheet folded in half, makes a sling under them to pull them towards you. You can ask them to scoot, but get them closer to the edge of the bed. That way, after the turn, they're in the middle. We always turn our patients away from us, never toward us. Two reasons for that. One is weight distribution. When you turn a patient towards you, gravity will always pull a patient onto their back. That's where most of our weight is centered when we're on our side. It's along our back. Gravity will pull the patient back onto their back. When you turn a patient toward you, that means that gravity is always trying to pull them away from you. You won't be able to interfere if they start to roll. That's a safety concern. The other reason you never turn somebody towards you is because you never want them eye level with your crotch. Okay? It just is. So when we're talking about bed positions, there's the head of the bed that can move up and down. There's the foot of the bed that can move up and down. And then there's the entire bed that can move up and down. And the bed, what position does the bed need to be in at the end of the scale? The lowest. And we're talking about the whole bed, not the head or the foot. We don't care about these. At the end of the scale, it's whatever the patient wants. But this is important. The entire bed needs to be down. And as long as that entire bed is down and the patient is in the middle of the bed, we don't need side rails. Good? This is something that will be on the written test. They need to make sure you understand this. Okay? Good? So we're making an occupied bed. You want to keep the patient from lying on the bare mattress. Well, that just makes sense, right? This is not the patient's bed. This is one patient out of 100 million that's going to lay in that bed. You don't want them on the bare mattress. That's just gross. All right. So if we look at the care plan at the top of page 142, it says to change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. The resident can roll and move as directed, but cannot get out of bed. A bedspread, blanket, draw sheet, or underpad is not required for this skill. So all we're doing, bottom sheet, top sheet, pillowcase. That's it. And how long did they give us to do this? 14 minutes. Bottom sheet, top sheet, pillowcase. That's all we're doing here. Way more time than you need. Supplies are at the bottom here. You'll need a barrier because we have supplies. We need a place to put them. You'll need a bath blanket because our patient's going to be uncovered. You need a top sheet, bottom sheet, pillowcase, and you need a place to put it. For the test, there will be a hamper in the room. It'll be right next to the bed. They make it super easy on the test. It'll either be a basket at the end of the bed or a hamper beside the bed, but you won't have to go anywhere and you don't have to use bags. But remember, in a clinical setting, we don't put anything on the floor. Right. Good? All right, so let me show you this skill. And then we're going to do one more range of motion, which is like 2 minutes. And then we're going to jump into blood pressure. All right.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. I need to change your sheets. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll start out with a barrier. I'm going to get a top sheet, a bottom sheet, and a pillowcase, and a privacy blanket. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to place this blanket over you. This will help protect your privacy and keep you warm while we do this skill, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to spread this out. Can you hold that blanket in place?
Yes.
And I'm going to remove the sheet from the bed. We'll place the sheet in dirty linen. Mr. Jones, can I get you to scoot toward me, please? Thank you. And can you roll so that you're on your side facing in that direction? Thank you. I'll remove the 2 corners of the sheet from this side of the bed. And I'm going to roll the soiled sheet in toward the patient, tightly. I'm going to tuck it up underneath the patient all along the length of his body. Now I'll take the clean sheet, unfold it, spread it out on the mattress, and attach the corners. Now I'll roll the clean sheet toward me. We'll roll it so that it's tight with no wrinkles as we tuck it under the soiled sheet. Okay, Mr. Jones, come on back onto your back, and I need you to scoot to the center of the bed, please. Thank you. Can you scoot toward me, please? And can you roll so that you're laying on your side facing away from me? Thank you. I'll now remove the sheet from the bed that was soiled, wrapping it into a ball. And I'll go place this in dirty linen. Now I'll unroll the clean sheet and secure the corners on the mattress. As I do so, I'll make sure to stretch the sheet so that it's flat and minimize the wrinkles that are underneath the patient. Okay, Mr. Jones, can you come back onto your back, please? And scoot to the middle. Thank you. I'm now going to place the top sheet over you. And I'll remove that bath blanket now. We'll roll it in a ball and place it in dirty linen. Now I'm going to secure the sheet. I'm going to lift the mattress and smooth the sheet down so that it's flat under the mattress on both sides. Now I'll make hospital corners by lifting the top edge of the sheet about a foot from the end of the mattress, straight up. It'll form a triangle. Everything else will get tucked underneath. I'll repeat that on this side. And I'll loosen this over his toes so he has some wiggle room. There, how's that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank you.
Very good. I'm going to remove the pillow from under your head. I'll bring it right back. I'll remove the pillowcase, being careful not to allow it to touch my uniform, and lay the pillow on the overbed table. We'll place the pillowcase in dirty linen. I'll take the clean pillowcase and scrunch it up all the way to the edges. We'll put the tag side in, place the pillowcase on top of the tag side of the pillow, and pull the sides down. I'll now place the pillow under his head with the opening facing away from the door. How is that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank you.
Are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please don't hesitate to call. Can I get you something like a magazine?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. The barrier will be thrown away. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right, any questions? All right, so let's look at our range of motion skill. This is our second range of motion. Go to page 78. These are the principles involved. Man, this skill looks really short, not very many principles. We follow the care plan, perform our opening, evaluate if we need gloves, range of motion specific, and the closing. That's it. Super easy. This is range of motion specific here. We're going to support the extremities near the joints. We'll lift from below with a flat palm. We'll move slowly and smoothly. We'll return all the way to the start position. Flexion extension is up, down. Abduction, adduction is side to side. Rotation is around. And we're going to ask about pain or discomfort as we do this. Care plan is going to be located on page 79 at the top. It says provide the following range of motion exercises to the resident's right elbow and right wrist. Flexion extension. Remember, flexion extension was up, down. So the elbow only moves in one direction. This is all you can get an elbow to do. If you get an elbow to do something other than this, you broke it. The hinge joint only goes up, down. Now the wrist can move in all different directions. It's an articulating joint. A wrist can move up and down, yes. A wrist can also move side to side, and a wrist can move around. We're not doing those. We're only doing flexion extension, which is up, down. So this skill, we do our opening. We go up, down on the elbow 3 times. We go up, down on the wrist 3 times, and we do our closing. How much time do they give us to do this skill?
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Doesn't take 4 minutes. Super quick. All right, so we're going to follow the care plan here. Whatever the care plan tells us, remember the care plan is going to tell us which body part, what exercises, and the number of repetitions required. To review, flexion extension is up, down. Abduction, adduction is side to side. Rotation is around. Always support the joints from below with a flat palm. Move slowly and smoothly. Return all the way to the start position. Ask about discomfort throughout the skill. To review how this whole thing works, we're going to go through the care plan, and then we're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do some exercises on your elbow and wrist. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. And then there's no supplies for this. And then we'll move the elbow up and down 3 times. Move the wrist up and down 3 times. And then we're going to do our closing. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Your environment is clean. Here's your call light. Can I get a magazine before I go? Open the curtain. Go wash my hands. Make any corrections. I would probably read that care plan one more time to make sure I did everything correctly before I said my skill is done. Because remember, once you say my skill is done, you can't go back and make corrections. So I would read that care plan one more time.
So to go back and make your corrections, you would just redo steps?
Yes, you would repeat. There are some things that you can correct verbally. So, for instance, what does our care plan say as to which elbow and wrist we should be? The right. So let's say I did this whole skill, beginning to end. My opening, my skill, my closing, and at the end, I go back and read that care plan. And it says the resident's right elbow and wrist. And I stop and I look at the patient. I did her left. So I could start and do it all over again, or I could just say correction. I would have done all that on the patient's right. And the evaluator will accept that.
So does that count? And
It would still count.
And if get a good, bad.
The paper that they checked off does not know whether you did it or corrected it. If they need to see it, then they'll tell you, can you please demonstrate it? But for things like that, where you would just do the exact same items, but just on the other side, you're just recognizing that you did it
As
on
long
the
as you
wrong side.
recognize it before you end the skill.
Right. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Now I can't say, oh, well, I would have done flexion extension on the wrist. I need to see that. Okay. Good? Makes sense? All right. So let me show you this skill. This is a good question, Camille. Good question. It says, do we check that the bed is low and locked before we begin the skill? For Prometric, no, that is not a requirement. We do not need to make sure the bed is in the low position or locked at the beginning or end of any skill. And that's because for Prometric, the beds are always locked. However, there are some states that do require that the candidates check to make sure the bed is locked before performing skills. You would want to check with your state requirements as far as that goes. But for Prometric, it's not an issue. All right, so I'm going to turn the camera around. I do need somebody to go over and lay in that bed for me, and I will show you this skill from beginning to end. However, I'm going to simulate hand washing. Thank you. I'm going to simulate hand washing for the sake of time. Remember, after the first skill,
When your first skill is all done and you've moved on to skill number 2 or 3, the evaluators are going to tell you you can simulate hand washing. And that just kind of speeds up the test. Go ahead and lay down for me if you would. Okay, here we go. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic. I need to do some exercises on your right elbow and wrist. Is that okay?
This one.
I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies. I'll be right back. I have clean hands. All right, Ms. Jones, I'm going to do all the work. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort as we do this, okay? First thing I'm going to do is bend your elbow up and back down to the bed like you're making a muscle. So we'll turn your hand palm up. We're going to go up and all the way back down. Feel okay?
Yes.
Up, all the way back down. Good. One more. All the way back down. Feel okay?
Yes.
All right, so now we're going to bend your wrist forward and back like you're revving a motorcycle. So a light fist here. We're going to go forward and back. You should feel stretch. Feel okay? Forward and back. Still good?
Yes.
And one more. Good. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Would you like the magazine before I go? Okay, here's your call light. Your environment is clean. If you need anything at all, just let me know. She is dressed, so covered. That is in low position. I'm going to open the curtain, wash my hands. I'll read that care plan one more time just to make sure that I got it correct. And then I would tell the evaluator my skill is done. Didn't take 4 minutes. Good?
Good.
Questions? All right, moving on. This is the big one. Blood pressure. Go ahead and pull out your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes. So we're going to start out on page 56. Blood pressure is a non-tested skill. That means that it's not going to be on the state exam as a skill that you need to demonstrate. Oops, I gotta turn the camera. Sorry, guys. Okay, this is not a skill that you will be required to demonstrate on the state exam. You still are responsible for the knowledge, though. You're responsible for knowing how to identify abnormal blood pressures. You're responsible for knowing what's happening with blood pressure. You're responsible for all of that. But you do need to know how to take a manual blood pressure. And that's because if you use an automated cuff, which is out there pretty consistently, right? Most settings are going to have automated cuffs. But if you get an abnormal reading on an automated cuff, then you have to be able to double check it manually. Because how are we going to treat a patient for an abnormal blood pressure if we're not 100% sure that it's a patient problem, not a cuff problem? Make sense? Make sense? All right. So we're going to talk about what a blood pressure is first, and then we'll get into your equipment. I'm going to teach you exactly how to use the equipment, how to make sure the right thing goes in the right place, and all of that. So let's talk about what a blood pressure is first, and then we'll get into the specifics of the equipment. So this should look familiar to you. We talked about it with pulse last week. We have a heart. That heart contracts, and when the heart contracts, it pushes out a wave of blood. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes the one in front of it, and that wave pushes the one in front of it. And this is how blood moves through the circulatory system. Right? We remember that from pulse? Okay, when the wave moves through, it kind of expands the artery, and when we did a pulse, we actually felt those thumps moving through under our fingers. That's what we counted when we were counting pulse. But with a blood pressure, we're not going to count. What we're going to do is measure how much pressure is inside that artery as the wave moves through, and how much pressure is inside the artery in between waves. So when a wave is moving through, that is your systolic pressure or top number of the blood pressure. In between waves, when the heart is at rest, that is your diastolic or bottom number of the blood pressure. So if you can imagine for a second, if you have a hose on the outside of your house and you have a water faucet, you go out to the faucet and you turn it all the way on. Water comes through the hose expands, there's lots of pressure in there. Turn the faucet all the way off, the water kind of trickles out and the hose gets softer, right? Less pressure. Make sense? So all your heart is doing is standing at the faucet going on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off throughout your entire life. That's what your heart is doing. It's on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. But what we are looking for is how much pressure is inside that artery when the hose is on. If it's too high, that's going to wear out our hose. Imagine for a second that I took that hose attached to my house and I turned the faucet on full force and left it out in the Florida sun for about 40 years. Full force. Lots of pressure inside the hose, weather and other stress beating on the hose. How long do you think the hose will last? It'll burst. So with a hose, we call it a burst hose. In the body, we call it an aneurysm or a stroke. So if we have high pressure inside for a long period of time, it wears out the blood vessel. So as a CNA, we just want to see if we can find high blood pressure for the medical team to address. Good. This is why they also tell you to reduce stress. Because if I had that hose turned on full force for 40 years, but it wasn't in the Florida heat, if it was in a protected area, it might last okay. So this is why stress management is super important with high blood pressure. Good? Make sense? Okay. So when we're talking about blood pressure, that's what we're measuring on the inside. The systolic or top number, our normal values are between 100 and 119 for the top. For the bottom, 60 to 79 is normal. Anything above this is considered abnormal, high blood pressure. Okay? What do you think we would do if we got high blood pressure readings on our patients? Tell the nurse. We don't have to solve the problem. We're just there to find the problem. Okay, so how are we going to do this? How do we measure the amount of pressure inside an artery? I mean, how does that even work? Well, we're going to use a gauge like this. And what we're going to do is put a tourniquet around the patient's arm. We call it a blood pressure cuff. We're going to inflate that cuff up to somewhere between 160 and 180. And that's going to close off that artery. Then we're going to deflate the cuff so that needle comes down. The pressure decreases on the inside of the artery. It slowly expands. That blood vessel expands, and eventually some waves of blood are able to push their way through. We're going to listen for where we hear the first thump and where we hear the last thump. That's all a blood pressure is. We inflate, we deflate, we listen for the first thump, and we listen for the last clear thump. And then we deflate to 0. Where we heard the first thump, that is your top number of your blood pressure. Where you hear the last clear thump is your bottom number of your blood pressure. But what does first mean? If I'm listening for the first thump, what does first mean?
The first wave.
Okay, first wave. But what is the number, or what does the word first mean?
Systolic? Oh, I'm sorry.
If I told you that I came in, or that today is the first time I've ever taught blood pressure, what does that mean? What does that word first mean? Okay, so nothing came before it. Make sense?
It's the first one you hear.
Right, first. First means there's nothing before it. Does that make sense? You guys understand what first means? Okay, that's important because when we inflate this needle up to somewhere between 160 and 180 and we deflate, we're listening for the first, which means nothing is going to come before it. So when we inflate and we start to deflate, it's going to be quiet. Quiet, 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 still quiet, nothing happening, still quiet. Your brain is going to start to spiral. Oh my gosh, I didn't hear it. I must have missed it. What do I do? It hasn't started yet. Do you guys remember what the range was for normal for the top?
120, 100, 120.
Okay, 100 and 119, yeah. So that's way down here, guys. Way down here. We're going all the way up here. So there's a whole lot of quiet going on. Quiet, 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 quiet. Don't stop listening. And guys, this is normal, but is it possible that our patient might have a low blood pressure?
Yes.
That means the first thump may not happen till way down here. And if you stop listening because you're afraid that you miss the show, you're not going to hear it. So I need you to empty your minds.
Can you help me hook this up?
1 second. We're not quite there yet. So just 1
Sorry.
second. So I want you to empty your minds. We're going to inflate. We're going to deflate. And we're listening for the first thump. No matter where it's happening, doesn't matter. Listen for the first thump. And then we're going to hear more thumps. Thump, 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 thump. We don't care about those. They don't matter to us. We're listening for our last clear thump. So where is the last clear? Well, the problem with that one is it doesn't announce itself. It doesn't say, get ready, get set, here I come, ta-da. It doesn't do that. It just goes thump, 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 thump. And we know it was the last one because there's nothing after it. So for some of you, the first thump is the hard one. You're my dreamers. If you have trouble with your brain going off and picking daisies when you're not paying attention to anything, you're going to have trouble with this, okay? So when you inflate the cuff and you deflate the cuff and it starts to come down and your brain just kind of wanders and you think, oh, I'm hungry, thump. I think thump, maybe thump. I want thump, Cody's thump today. Thump, no, thump. Oh, crap, where was the first one? Okay, so those of you whose mind wanders easily, you might have trouble with the first one. You're going to have to work on strategies to keep yourself focused. Now, some of you are going to have no problem with the first one. It's like quiet and then it's there, it's easy. You will probably have trouble on the last one. You're my dancers, my rhythm people. Okay, and my rhythm people have problems because of this. When we have a rhythm, you start to get into the rhythm, especially when it's consistent. Okay, you start to really kind of anticipate that next beat. How many of you filled in that next beat? If you filled in that next beat, you're going to have trouble on the bottom because your brain is rhythm oriented and it will automatically fill in that next one. And then you're not going to be sure, was it a beat or was it me? So that's why I said the last clear thump. So you guys see how this can be problematic? You could be like me and have problems on both. I am a dreamer and a dancer. So I had trouble with both of these when I first started out. I could hear them, but I had no idea where it started or where it ended. Does that make sense? So for some of you, you're going to have to work kind of hard at this and get some practice to make it make sense. Good? Good? Okay. So we inflate somewhere up to 160, 180. We deflate slowly. We're listening for the first thump and we're listening for the last clear thump. And then we're going to get that needle all the way to 0 before we stop. So we've got a couple of pieces of equipment here. You have a blood pressure cuff that has a gauge, and you have a stethoscope. Now, how many of you guys have a blood pressure cuff that needs to be put together? Okay. It does not matter. So we're just going to attach the gauge and the ball, one to each of the tubes. It does not matter which goes where.
Somebody else do it for me. I'm just,
Please put that away.
that's it. God.
You're good? Let me get that for you. I'm sorry, did I do that?
That was me.
Don't remove this from the bar. We're going to talk about that. I'll talk about your cuff in just a few minutes. Yours as well. Don't remove it from the bar. Just leave it intact.
I won't.
You good? Okay. All right. Sorry, those of you at home. All right, so the first thing that I want to warn you guys about is please do not inflate your cuff unless it's wrapped around something, because you can actually destroy the bladder on the inside of the cuff. So if you can just stay with me as I go through this, everything will start to make sense. Okay, so just stay with me. Faith asked, does it matter if it's an adult or a child? We inflate to 160 to 180. Our standards here are going to be based on adult only. I don't talk about pediatrics in this class, but generally, no, we don't inflate all the way up to 180 with pediatrics. But you need to go by the guidelines that are issued for your particular facility. All right, so when we're looking at a cuff here, we have two tubes on the cuff. One of those tubes goes to a bulb and valve assembly. The other tube goes to a gauge. Everybody got one of those on your cuff? Okay. There's also on professional cuffs a white stripe. So those of you that have a metal bar, you're not going to have that. You're not going to have a white stripe, because what yours is considered a home kit to be able to take blood pressure on yourself. The ones that are made for taking blood pressure on somebody else will have a white stripe. This is going to allow us to measure this cuff to make sure it's the right size for the patient that we're working on. So if I have concerns, if I'm not sure whether this cuff is going to fit the patient that I'm getting ready to take a blood pressure on, can you come up here for a second? So if I'm concerned that my cuff might be a little too small for him because he works out, I'm going to take this white stripe right here, and I'm going to put it about an inch above the elbow, and I'm going to wrap it around the bottom of his arm. If it wraps more than halfway around his arm, it's too big for him. If I wrap it underneath and I can't see either one of the corners, it's too small for him. Okay, thank you. We have to use the right size cuff for the right size patient. If not, we're not going to get an accurate reading. If you use a cuff that's too small for your patient, the blood pressure will actually appear higher than it really is. Good? Make sense? So that's what the stripe is. Now here, you'll have a little patch. You might have a line with a circle on it, but you have some sort of an artery marking. If you look at this one, you'll see right here is my artery marking. Now that artery marking is designed to show you where to put your stethoscope. And let me explain the history of this, guys. We are going to be listening for, well, let me go back a couple of slides here to show you. We are going to be listening for a wave of blood hitting the top of an artery. That is buried under muscle, fat, and tissue. This is not a big sound. So we need to make sure that the microphone that we're listening through is located directly over that artery. Makes sense, right? Well, the problem is that your cuff can't tell you where an artery is. The cuff has no brain. What we used to do is we would find the artery and we would use our little pen and we would put an X where we found the artery. Well, our patients didn't like us marking on them. So instead, we use the cuff, we lay it on the arm, we find our artery, and we line that artery marking up with where the artery is, and then we secure our cuff. So now our cuff tells us where to put our stethoscope. Make sense? Now, you can't use your stethoscope to listen for the artery because the artery is wide open. Those waves are moving through unimpeded. There's no sound to hear. That wave is not hitting the top of an artery. That's why we need the cuff to compress it. Okay, so you're not going to be able to use your stethoscope to find it. We have to use our fingers. So if we put our arms straight out, and you want to get the elbow popped up, not bent, pop up, it's going to be on the pinky side of your elbow at the fold of the elbow. So where the lines are, we want to use 2 fingers. Remember, we never use our thumb. We're going to use 2 fingers, and our thumb should go on the back, right? So it's on the inner aspect of your elbow. So it's not in the middle. That's your vein. We're looking for an artery. Artery is on the inner aspect. Thumb should go on the back. See if you can find your thumps. Go ahead and see if you can find it.
Let's just say you have high cholesterol and you haven't had it checked in a while, and you get numbness in your left arm, let's say. Is that dangerous? Is it the left or the right?
There's so many variables there. I can't. There's no way for me. You know, is it neurological? Is it circulatory? I have no idea. There would need to be testing done.
So the artery isn't in the same location as other people, right? It can move.
It can move. Yep. Yep. Just like, so think of an artery like your ears, right? So our ears are kind of in the same place on most people, but some ears are a little bit higher. Some are a little bit lower. Some are a little more forward. Some are a little more backward. But they're in the approximate location, like, you know, where your ears are, but they're not in the exact location. Does that make sense? Okay. So because of that, we have to find the artery on the people that we're going to take a blood pressure on. We can't just assume that we know where it is. Good. So did everybody find their artery? Yeah. Did you find it? You still searching? Get your, okay. Make sure your elbow is popped out.
Oh, I did find it.
Put your thumb on the back. There you go. Okay. Did you find it? Did you find it? Everybody good? All right, find somebody else's, please. Did you find it? If you put your thumb on the back, make sure that elbow is nice and popped out. Press a little harder.
It's right here.
Okay, good. All right.
Yes,
Here, go ahead and find mine.
wow. It's deep. No, it's good. It's strong.
A little harder.
You look like it does.
Should be right there, but a little harder. Yep, good. All right, find somebody else's. I want you to find an artery on at least 2 different people. All right, if you found an artery on at least 2 different people,
No, I'm not. Oh, okay. Let me think. I have to think about it.
okay, are we ready to move on?
I can't find us.
Okay,
I tried.
all right. Hers may be a little bit deeper.
Yes, I don't know. Squeeze her too.
Okay, so we've talked about this artery marking. Now above that is a strip. That's what this is going to attach to. Feel how heavy this gauge is. We don't want this to fall off and hit our patient's wrist, which will be right underneath this. If your patient has osteoporosis, this can shatter their wrist. It's heavy. So this gauge, the back of it has a little clip. Don't use the prongs. We don't just set it in place, because if you set it in place as you're putting the cuff on and taking it off, it could fall off and hurt our patient. We want it securely attached. So if you open the bottom of the clip by pressing down on the bottom, or open the top of the clip by pressing down on the bottom, open it and slide it up that tab, that's where it lives. Okay? Yes.
I don't think mine has that.
Yours won't, because yours is going to be a home cuff, and that's okay. Yours is designed because you can't read it when it's a home cuff. You can't read it when it's attached. So yours would remain on the table while you're taking your blood pressure. It's perfectly okay to practice with. All right. So now we get to the bulb and valve assembly. This guy. This is how we're going to put air into and take air out of our cuff. And it has 2 main parts. It has the bulb and it has a valve. When you're holding this, now remember, I don't want you to inflate your cuff unless it's wrapped around something, so don't pump it, because you can actually make your cuff out of calibration very quickly. So when you're holding this, you want to hold it so that that silver dial faces you and the tube comes up, not like this. It's going to be like this. And you want to be able to hold that dial between your thumb and index finger. Do you guys remember righty tighty, lefty loosey? You guys remember that? Well, if you're holding this facing you, it turns to the right to close it. We would inflate our cuff, and then we're going to turn it ever so slightly to the left to open it up. Okay? Righty tighty, lefty loosey. Good? Questions? Okay, so make sure that I don't trip there. Oop. So you're going to slide this right over.
And do it on somebody else.
Not right now. We have to learn how to control our valve
Okay.
first before
Going
we
by
practice
mouth.
on real people. So we're just going to secure that. There you go. You put your, go ahead and put your cuff around. Hold on one second, guys. I'm going to bring you yours. We're just going to slide this over. And then tighten it. There you go. Okay. There, yep. Can you pass one over? Okay. Go ahead and wrap your cuff around your can or bottle or whatever I handed you. And when you wrap the cuff around, you want the tubes to be hanging down like this. That extra flap, tuck it around the back and hold it in your non-dominant hand. Your dominant hand is going to hold the bulb and valve assembly. So you want to, I'm going to turn around so you guys can see, okay? So I've got my valve or my gauge facing me. I've got my bulb and valve assembly here in my dominant hand. This little dial is what I'm going to use to control this. I'm going to turn the dial to the right, righty-tighty. Back up a little bit here. I'm going to pump this up so that that needle gets up to somewhere between 160 and 180. I'm going to hold this dial between my thumb and index finger and ever so slightly turn it to the left, just a tiny bit, and that needle's going to come down. Do you see how fast my needle is going? Can you guys see that? It's kind of like a second hand moving in reverse. And notice it doesn't stop. You guys see that? It's not stopping all the way to 0. That's how you need to control this. So I want you to practice inflating and deflating on your can a couple of times. That needle, if it goes too fast, that's you. If it stops, that's you. This dial, that little silver thing, you have to open it a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. Go ahead and practice it a couple times. You want to inflate and deflate. No, if you're comfortable, that's fine.
Can you take my blood pressure?
Mm.
I'm trying to get free medical over here. So I'm only kidding.
Okay, when you're doing this, we want to make sure it's completely closed. Now pump. Don't over tighten it. So when we do this, we just want to get it closed but not tight. So go ahead and inflate.
Not too closed.
Yeah, not too tight because then it's hard. You want it closed all the way, but not too tight. There you go. Go ahead. Now open it just a little bit, tiny bit. Oh, good. Good control. Now, as it goes down, it's going to slow down and stop. So you want to open a little more, a little more, a little more. Good. Don't let it stop. Yeah, go all the way up to 160, 180. Good. Okay, go ahead and open your valve just a little tiny bit. Little tiny bit. Keep opening. Yeah, a little too much. So when you're closing it, we want to close it just until it stops. Don't over tighten it because when you over tighten it, you have to go, ugh, and then all the air goes out. So just till it's closed. Teeny tiny motions. Little more, little more, little more. Okay, getting there. Little more, little more. Good. That's what we're looking for. Good. So you want to practice a couple times. Let me come around the back. Are you good? You want to show me? Good control. Good control. I know it's always nerve-wracking to have the instructor standing behind you. I'm coming around. I got to come behind you so I can see. Go ahead. Okay, so we want to close it down. There you go. A little too fast. That's the right about there is what you're looking for. So practice coming off the top a little bit. Go ahead. Beautiful, good control. Okay, so you want to close that out. Go ahead. Okay, now use that and open it just a little bit. That way. There you go. Little too much. That's good. That's the rate you're looking for. Okay. All right, go ahead. Other way. On the dial. Other way.
Oh, what do you mean?
Hold on. I just lost my mic. Okay. Instead of turning it this way, we want to turn it this way. So we're going to turn it this way to put air in and this way to take air out. Okay, good. Go ahead. Good control. Very good. Good control. Can you scoot in just a little bit for me? Thank you.
I got long legs.
All right. So do you guys now understand how to inflate and deflate the cuff? Okay. You can go ahead and take your cuffs off of your cans. So this dial is what's going to let air in and take air out of the cuff. If that needle moves too fast, you've got to close this down a little bit. If the needle moves too slow or stops, you've got to open it a little bit. And this isn't a crock pot. You can't like set it and forget it. Okay. You've got to open it a little. And then as it starts to slow down, open it a little more. As it starts to slow down, open it a little more. As it starts to slow down, open it a little more. Okay. Good. All right. So when we inflate, we're going to stop pumping when the gauge reaches 160 to 180. Don't go over 180. That hurts. What effect do you think pain has on blood pressure? It increases it. That's right. So if we're just looking for high blood pressure and we inflate the cuff over 180 and cause pain, we will probably find high blood pressure. But is that really a problem with the patient? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. Right? So it doesn't give us any usable information. Does that make sense? So as a CNA, we don't go over 180. That's just not our domain. If the patient has high blood pressure over 180, that's not normal. Do CNAs do not normal? what do we do? Normal. So who would have to take that blood pressure?
The nurse.
The nurse. See, there's a process already in place for this. Okay. Are you noticing that we build on each class? Okay. So this is what's happening on the inside of the body. I find it helpful if you can kind of visualize this so you know what you're listening for. So when we inflate the cuff presses in on that artery, and it's actually going to close that artery off, just like that. As we deflate the cuff, that cuff is going to kind of loosen up as the air comes out, kind of loosens up, and it loosens up around that artery. But in the meantime, the heart is still beating, so more waves are being generated. Those waves are backing up. They can't get through here because the cuff has that artery closed. So you've got waves just waiting to get through. As that cuff is deflated, remember with the little dial, we deflate the cuff, the needle comes down counterclockwise on the inside of your artery, or inside of the artery is starting to expand. And those waves are able to push their way through. That's what's happening on the inside of the arm. Now, how do we know that? Because we're going to use a stethoscope and we're going to listen. When the artery is closed, we hear no waves. It's quiet. When we start to hear thumps where the needle is on our dial, when we start to hear thumps, means that artery is open just enough for that wave to get through. That is our top number. If one wave can move through, so can the rest. Thump, 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 thump. We're going to hear them all. Thump, 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 thump. So the first one, where the needle is our top number. We don't care about the rest of the thumps. Doesn't matter to us. You're going to hear them as the needle starts to descend from that first thump. And eventually, that artery is going to be open up wide enough that those waves can't touch the top of the artery anymore. So our thumps go away. Where you hear the last thump, wherever the needle is pointing, that's our bottom number. Any questions on that? Okay. So the first thump you hear is the top number. Last thump you hear is the bottom number. So if you are looking at the gauge, when we just did that exercise, the first one we heard was right here at 118. The last thump we heard was right here at 78. So our blood pressure is 118 over 78. It's always big number over small number. Never reverse. It would never be 78 over 118. It's always big number over small number. Good? We're going to keep deflating until our needle hits 0. Now we can remove the cuff and record our reading. So the first number, or the top number, is where we hear the first thunk. So here, it would be 108. The bottom number is where we hear the last thunk. Here, it would be 78, and that would be our blood pressure. So now let's learn how to read this dial. Oh, Rosie, okay. Rosie is testing tomorrow. Good luck. All right, so let's learn how to read the dial. Dials are marked in 20s. So you can see 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, and so on. These big marks in between are your 10s. So there's 20, 30. Even though it's not marked, it's 30. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. You guys see that? Okay, the little ones are 2s. So if this is the number for 140, this is 142, 144, 146, 148, and that's 150. Notice there's no odd numbers on this dial. You can't point to any line on there for 137. There's no line on there for 137. It's all even numbers. So in healthcare, if you give us an odd number blood pressure on a manual reading, we know No, we know you're guessing.
Oh, well, you know what I mean.
So why is it that a automatic blood pressure machine can read you odd numbers but not a manual?
Because blood pressure machines are much more accurate than we are. You have to think about everything that's happening all at once, right? When we're taking a blood pressure. So our hand is having to inflate and deflate. Our ears are having to listen for those thunks. Our eyes are having to look at the dial to see where the needle is when that thunk occurs. And our brain is trying to coordinate all of this all at one time. In the meantime, that needle is moving the entire time. So machines are a little bit more accurate than we are because they can multitask much better than humans can.
Mailman.
Thank you. Okay. So to recap, we're going to inflate to 160, 180, deflate slowly, listen for the first thunk, which is our top number, our last thunk, which is the bottom number, deflate to 0, and document. And you'll actually see this graphic in your book on page, what page is that? 56. Let me just step out here real quick. I don't have anything. Thank you.
Have a good one.
All right, so you see that graphic at the bottom of page 56. It recaps everything that we just learned. We're going to inflate the cuff to somewhere between 160 and 180. We're going to deflate. We're listening for the first and the last. The gauge is marked in 20s. The big lines in between are 10s. The little teeny tiny lines are 2s. So now let's talk about our stethoscope, because there's two parts to a blood pressure. We have the cuff, which controls the pressure, and we have the stethoscope, which is nothing more than a microphone. Oh, time. Okay, so our large flat side of our stethoscope is called a diaphragm. Okay, large flat one is called a diaphragm. If you have one that kind of looks like a cup on the other side, that's called a bell. So you may have two flat sides, a large one and a small one, or a large one and a cup. Either way, as CNAs for blood pressure, we only use the large side. Remember, we're listening for a wave of blood hitting the top of an artery buried under muscle, fat, and tissue, right? We need the biggest microphone we can get. It's not a big sound. Okay, so not a big sound. So we want to use the large diaphragm. Now, if you're looking at this, you're looking at the head of your stethoscope. Most of your stethoscopes turn. The whole head turns. So if you have a double-sided stethoscope, single-sided, you won't have, if it's just the one diaphragm, it won't turn. But double-sided stethoscopes like this, okay, double-sided stethoscopes, you have a diaphragm and a bell, and then you'll have some sort of an indicator, usually a dot. That dot tells you which side is on. So if you're looking at this one right here, you see the green dot? You guys see the green dot? That tells me that I'm listening through the large diaphragm. If I turn this around, that green dot now tells me I'm listening through this side. So as CNAs, we're going to use the large diaphragm. So you always want to make sure your large diaphragm is facing the same direction as your dot. Good? Good? Right, yours is a single side, and that's fine. That's fine. Good. Dot. Good. Let me see. Yep, there's your dot. So you want to be there. Littman's is a little more tricky because Littman doesn't have a dot. So with a Littman, you have to look through here. You look through that hole. See how it's open now?
Mhm.
That means this side is on.
Okay.
See how it's closed? That means this side is on.
Okay.
Single. Okay. Dot. Good. Good. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So everybody got that? The reason I bring this up is because when you are packing up tonight and you shove all this in a bag somewhere, your diaphragm is probably going to flip around on you. You'll get home and you won't be able to hear a thing. So always make sure that your diaphragm and your dot are on the same side. What if there is no dot? Faith, you're probably the best way to do it is put the earpieces in your ears and tap to see which side. Just tap and turn to find which one is amplified. So that brings me to, so the whole thing just flips over. That brings me to the next part of the stethoscope, and that's the earpieces. Everybody always puts these in wrong. There is a right and wrong way to put your stethoscope in. Stethoscopes should not be straight. Your ear tips should not be straight. Do you see how mine are slightly curved forward? Some of yours are preset, which is helpful. Those of you who don't have preset, I'm going to come around and fix yours for you. So yours is preset.
Thank you.
There you go. There you go. And let me preset yours. There you go. Okay. The rest of you have preset earpieces. There is a right and wrong way to put these in. So these earpieces actually face one direction. Not straight. They need to face one direction because that tells you how to put this in your ears. We've already adjusted. Hold on. Do you see this picture? Do you see how the ear tips are facing forward when she puts them in? This one is facing backwards. Forward is correct. Backward is not. So when you put these in your ears, you need to make sure they're facing forward. So go ahead and make sure they're forward, put them in your ears, and then tap your diaphragm. Flip yours all the way around. Take yours out.
Loud, right?
Like that. Okay. Tap your diaphragm. Okay, now take them out. Flip the whole thing around. Put them in and try again.
Yeah, I feel the difference.
Okay, put them in right. So they're facing forward. And tap one more time. Do you see which way your earpieces need to face? You guys see that? So there is a right and wrong way to put your earpieces in. You always have to make sure those earpieces are facing forward. All right. So what we're going to do here is inflate the cuff, deflate the cuff all the way to 0, making sure our stethoscope is over the artery, ear tips in our ears facing forward, and we're just going to listen for the first thump and the last clear thump. Wherever the needle is on that dial, when you hear the first thump is your top number. When you hear the last thump is your bottom number. So really, I've got 2 minutes. So really quickly, if you look on page 57, if you look at number 8, I use the term thumps. They actually have a technical name. They're called Korotkov sounds. But number 8, what is the blood pressure?
For the one next
For the one next to it.
130 over 90.
130 over 90. Everybody get that? Do you see why? The first line is at 130. 57 in the gray box.
What is the blood pressure? 80 over.
Not 80 over. Remember, it's always the big number over small number.
118 over.
Where's that first line?
This line is on 122. I can't see. I'm going blind. I'm serious. So, I'm serious too. That's on 130.
So 130 over 90. Is that normal?
No.
All right, go to number 10. I know it's hard to see, but what is that blood pressure?
108 over 60.
So yeah, you're in, either 60, you're in the ballpark. 106, I know it's kind of hard to see, especially because it's black and white. It's not real clear. But remember, when you're listening to a blood pressure, that needle is moving. It's not going to be clear. It doesn't stop at these numbers. So it's not going to be clear. So 106, 108, yeah. Over 60, 62, yeah. Is that normal?
Yes.
So if you look next to, in the column next to number 8, you can see the normal values. So look, same page. You'll see 100 to 119 is our top number. 60 to 79 is our bottom number for normals. So 108 over 62 is that normal. Yes. So good? You guys see how to do this? Okay, unfortunately, we ran out of time. So you will not have a chance to practice this in class today, but we'll get to it on Wednesday. Okay? Let me pass out your review sheets. Take one and pass it around, please. So that's class 1. You're welcome. This is class 2.
All right, so this is homework.
This is just a review sheet. It is not homework. I do not collect it. It is a great opportunity for you to review, however. And if you fill these out, you'll get one each class. If you fill them out when we go through them in class, it makes a great review packet. And there you go. So does everybody have class 1, 2, and 3? Any questions? Okay, homework tonight. You will have chapter 4 for reading. You'll also take the test on page 184. Remember to pay attention, to the normal signs of aging for each body system. And I will make sure that you guys all get your wrap-up emails from Wednesday and today. All right? So have a fantastic day. I will see you on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Nice to meet you.
Bye-bye. Oh, for those of you playing along at home, let me show you the clinical room real quick so you can see what a testing center might look like. We talked about that earlier. So I'm just going to swing the camera around. So a testing center would look similar to this. You would have 2, thank you. You would have 2 beds. You'll see the, right there is our supply shelf. You'll have a hamper. There will also be, right here, you'll see a 3-drawer bedside cabinet. And then over here, you would have a bathroom type area. So that's what you would see very similar for the state exam. Hope that helps. All right, guys, we will see you on Wednesday. Until next time, happy caregiving. Bye.